All right. Thank you, Thomas.
All right, good evening. Time is a little after 5:30. We will call this committee as a whole to order. We're going to begin with the invocation introduction by Councilman Rankin, followed by the pledge of allegiance. We just ask all that are able, please rise.
Let's pray. Dear Lord Jesus, thank you for another beautiful day that you've given us. I thank you for what your son Jesus did on the cross, and most importantly, Lord, what he did on Sunday by rising again. I thank you for the hope that we have in your son Jesus Christ. And Lord, tonight as we embark on the business of Lawrence County, may everything be done to the glory of your name, and may everything that is discussed tonight be for the betterment of the people of Lawrence County. I pray everything in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Thank you again for coming. First order of course, we will approve the agenda. I'll call for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Rankin, second by Ms. Clark. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? And I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 7-0. All right, the only item on our agenda this evening is to review the ARPA grants. And I see we have a large crowd this evening, and we're thankful for that. I would like, if it's all right with y'all, to run down the list just so we know who is here, so we can direct our questions accordingly. I will start. There were 34 applicants total on the nonprofit side of the ARPA grants. There were 5 on the infrastructure side. This evening we are reviewing only the nonprofit side. We're going to review the infrastructure side at a later date. So I'm going to call these names out and we will go from there. Straight Street. Gotcha. Lawrence County Trails Association. Good Shepherd Free Medical Clinic. Good Shepherd. Beyond Abuse. Awesome. Fountain Inn Kid Enrichment Center. Family Promise. That's all. Center for Community Services. Fountain Inn. Lawrence County Chamber of Commerce. PAIA Lower Eastern Cherokee Nation. Dental Share Network of Lawrence County. Lawrence County Trails Association again. Well, we got you twice on there. There are 2 different applications. Rotary Club of Lawrence. University of South Carolina. Bell Federation of the Blind. Yeah. Camping Ministries of the Carolinas. Tranquility Point. Main Street, Lawrence. United Ministries of Clinton. Presbyterian College. Cultural Arts Foundation of Fountain Inn. Lawrence County State Farm. Cornwall. American Legion Post 25. Lawrence County Memorial Home of the Aged. Lawrence County Museum. United Way, Lawrence County.
On her way.
On the way, okay. You represent that too. 8th Circuit Solicitor's Office. Lawrence County School District 55. South Carolina Empowerment Center. City of Lawrence. YMCA of Clinton. City of Fountain Inn. And Lakeland's YMCA of Lawrence. Gotcha. All right. That's a phenomenal showing. That's my council member. You see one of those. Looks like 5 that were not here yet, not counting United Way, the 5 other ones. If you see somebody slide in, just nudge me in case I miss them. Just for the public's knowledge, that's watching tonight and the applicants here, the total request on the nonprofit side was $250,792, which is staggering. We're grateful and thankful for all the community support, input, all those of you who applied. We're excited to review these applications. Please keep in mind that the money allocated for the nonprofit side was $2.5 million. So you can do the math from 9.2 to 2.5. We're going to have some hard decisions to make. It will not be easy. I will go ahead and point out the likelihood of there being awards made this evening are very slim. The purpose of tonight's meeting, unless it just flies by miraculous effort, is to gather more information. There's several council members, including myself, that have a few questions for some of the applications, and we're going to walk through them and talk about them and get more information. And then council will, after that fact, once we've gathered all the information from all the applicants, be able to make some more educated decisions on the direction we want to go on funding. So I did want to put that out at the front, so nobody thought that we would be allocating monies this evening. We will get there, we promise. But tonight's main effort is to fact find and get some more information and learn more about your entities and your groups, and because some of these we are familiar with and others we are not. So I look forward to learning more and more about each and every one of you. Before we get started, I am going to open the floor to council to have the discussion on how you would like to proceed, because there is a plethora of ways we can walk down this list. We can start at the top and ask the questions to each one. It's been recommended we categorize some of the groups. I'm just going to open the floor and see what the will of the council is before we proceed to the next step.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple requests that we look at every single application on the face of it, give every single application its due. With that, though, the funds were to be used for COVID impacted things, projects that were because of COVID, or will do something in the future for the COVID related things. And so I'd like to categorize whether it's a direct COVID request or partially related to COVID, or it doesn't really have something. Also, if their request could be in parts, if someone requested a large sum for a project, if we weren't able to give the entire sum and give a portion, would that be able to move that project forward or do something to accomplish that project? And then a time frame on implementation of projects. So when would somebody be able to start or end that project based on the funding? That's just some suggestions I have for parsing it out.
All right, thank you. Mr. Carroll?
I would just like to extend it just a little more on what Jeff said in relation to having a portion. I'm looking at maybe a program or a piece of equipment. I know some individuals had now that they were gonna do some renovations and stuff like that. But based on the amount of money that they're asking for, we're not able to do that. So is it something in specific that you would like to see us try to help you reach a particular goal? I would like them to mention that along that way.
Any other input from council members?
As far as the order for how we should proceed, I would just suggest from top down.
Okay. No other recommendations, we will delve into that. So hearing from Mr. Carroll, Mr. Rankin, and Ms. Anderson, I think categorizing as we go is probably the appropriate way to go. So as we hear from each individual group, we can place them in categories. Mr. Carroll, would you mind mentioning those categories one more time?
Well, I just suggested direct COVID impact, partial COVID impact, or not COVID impact projects. It would not preclude anybody from being funded, but it does let us know how these dollars were specifically laid out to be spent against what the asks were, so that we know.
Work. All right, we're gonna do this, keeping in mind we have 34 applications, so as one council member has asked questions, let's try not to be redundant, and as we hear from the entities, try to be concise and to the point, because we can give you 5 minutes, it takes 3.5 hours to get through this list. And I'm dedicated to be here as long as we need to, but also don't want to be here till 3 o'clock in the morning. So try to be, as I always ask during public comment, be respectful of your fellow citizens and your neighbors, and we're gonna work through this as best we can. If you have a clarifying question of council, please don't hesitate to ask that either as we begin to ask questions. The only other thing I'll mention as we go through these for council members, if you have any conflict of interest or a need to recuse yourself when we get to voting time, I would recommend you recusing yourself from the discussion as well. That would be the only other piece I have. So if no other council member has anything, we're gonna start with Straight Street. If you approach the microphone, and then I'm just gonna open the floor to council members, and anybody can ask any question they desire. And I'll be honest with some of you, we might have a bunch of questions, and for others, we might have any. So please don't take any offense or favoritism. If you get a bunch of questions, there's no questions. It's just where we are. So the floor is open for council. Straight Street Youth Center has requested $14,060. Any questions from any council members?
Being unable to open during the pandemic did prevent you from doing some things you would normally done, fundraising you've normally done, and being able to keep the grounds and or the property up, correct?
Yes, we were shut down for over a year and we didn't do anything.
And so the ask is to update the basketball goals and the resurface the area, and then
Bathroom
Bathrooms.
and also lighting. Our lighting has been there since the Sears building it was a Sears building when I was a kid. Not many lights work, and it wasn't a great amount, but it needed to be done. We asked for basically 3 things, and we didn't. These are actual quotes that we received. It's not any pad or anything. This is just a dollar value that was quoted. Over $14,060.
You received some grants. Can you tell me who you received grants from?
We received a grant from the city.
I know that donation was there, but did you receive any from anyone else? I noticed the one from the municipal, that was $3,000.
Yeah, the Bali Foundation, I don't remember how much it was,
And Walmart.
and Walmart, small grants there. We don't do, the only major fundraiser we have is the golf tournament once a year. That supplies a lot of our funding basically, and donations from churches and donations from individuals.
All right. So just a synopsis, the main ask for Straight Street is for some renovations to the facility to better improve those to serve the youth in Lawrence County.
Yeah.
All right. Are there any further questions on this one?
Can you give me a number of individuals you are serving? How many people are coming?
We go anywhere from 20 to 80 to 90. It just depends on who walks in the door. We're open on Friday, Saturday night, and weather permitting. And when it gets around 90, you go into crowd control mode.
I spent a couple of hours out there a few weeks ago on I think a Saturday night, and it was pretty busy.
Yeah,
I appreciate all you guys do over there.
they can get busy. We've been open 25 years, over 25. Used to be at the old Coke building years ago, and Lord moved us over here closer to the sheriff's department, police department.
All right. Well, we thank you for your time and your application, and I believe we're going to categorize this and directly affected because you're going to shut down COVID.
Yes.
Then Ms. Griffin, if you'll just keep that list running for us, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And if any council members have any questions in the future, I was always encouraged to reach out to the entities and get those questions answered. Thank you for your application.
Yes, sir.
All right, next we have the Lawrence County Trails Association. Marshall, you have 2, but I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and address them both by your we'll do them individually. First one is $16,000.
$1,000. Both
Both of these are in partnerships with other groups. The first one is in partnership with the county approved 250th anniversary of the American Revolution. The idea is to create a technological way, and I'm not a technological expert, but this would create an app that would allow bicyclists from Lawrence County and elsewhere to be able to bicycle to various historic sites within the county. I have to be honest, this is COVID light. It is not direct COVID, but it is what the CDC recommends in terms of getting people outside, getting them in the fresh air, getting them exercise. The second one, real quickly, is with the Rosemont Society.
Let's get questions on this one first, and then I'll go to the next one, just so we don't confuse anybody up here. Are there any questions from any council members on the $16,000 grant request from the Trail Association to develop an app for bicyclists visiting Lawrence County?
I thought it was for a web page, to maintain a web page.
It will be a web page, but what you would do, Ms. Anderson, is you would download the app from the web page, and as you cycle through the county, the app would explain to you what historic sites you were visiting, what happened at that historic site, what the outcome was, and how that affected the Revolutionary War.
I was looking at it as a web page, and I had on there, would this come under the web page for the county? Since this is Lawrence County Trail Association.
It very much could. The price that you see in front of you is for the development of an individual web page and the individual app. If we were able to partner with another agency, quite frankly, when I was filling out the application, we just didn't have time to look for it. But the app itself would cut this price probably by 4 to 5. If you only had to do the app, we'd probably cut this request by $4,000 to $5,000. That's a maybe. Right now, the price in front of you is for both a standalone website, which leads you to the app, which gets you to the cycling information.
Thank you for what you and the group are doing on this. That one of the things that I'm looking for in this process is what's left over after we spend the money, and what does it set in motion? And it appears to me that this is going to set in motion the people coming to our county and spending money in it and being able to move around and see the sites and have the stories told and all that kind of stuff. And it looks like to me a fairly modest investment for that kind of thing.
The goal is twofold. There are already several cycling communities within Lawrence County that are interested in taking advantage of this app. We would hope that additional citizens of Lawrence County, once this was up and running, would also take advantage of it. Those of us like me who are history buffs and not quite yet a cyclist might be interested in getting on the bicycle and going to these historic sites. But yes, there's also a tourism element to this, in that I know the cycling club of Spartanburg is interested. There are 2 cycling clubs in Greenville that have said they would take advantage of this type of app if it were available. This type of app is not new, okay? They are out there in other communities. It does take some time to develop it and to particularly enrich it with all the historic information that is out there. But it's not new science, so to speak.
Any other questions? Thank you for the forward thinking, and in the age we are in, the technology is always advancing. My only question, obviously you're gearing this towards cyclists, but I know we got some motorcyclists in the room right now. Is it something that you could do from anything? You don't have to be a bicyclist to get to and from, do you?
No, sir, you do not. You can certainly be on a motorcycle. You could even be in a car. But the Trails Association, our goal is to get people out and to exercise and to be out in the fresh air. Yes, it is. There are other uses way beyond just the cycle.
All right, well, now we will jump to in your books, guys, it's number 11. Is your other request. That one is the $70,000 request. I'll let you elaborate on that one.
Okay, that request is made jointly with the Rosemont Plantation Society. If you are aware, Rosemont Plantation is a very historic site in part of the county near Waterloo. I'm not going to go into the history of the site, although I'd be glad to come back and individually and elaborate on the history of that site. Working with the Rosemont Society, we've identified several trail possibilities down there. This would allow us to open up a part of the county that, quite frankly, in my opinion, is underserved by having avenues for people to get out and to experience nature. So these people would be able to walk on a trail. We would have interpretive signs there to talk about the history of the Rosemont Plantation. So you're really killing two birds with one stone. You're promoting Lawrence County history, and you're getting people outside.
Questions on this one from any council member?
Plantation, that's private land.
The Rosemont Society owns the land. It's well over 100 acres. And they have had these trails. The outline is there in terms of they've had the work done for that. They do not have the funds to pave the trails or make them ready for people to walk, but no, that's not privately owned.
Okay.
Go ahead. Mr. Chairman, I got both of these on my to-do list.
My only question, and probably this for me, a lot of night for everybody, sustainability, what's the plan to, especially talking about paving?
In the grant application, it's for the first one, we have built in enough to maintain that app and website.
Yeah, I'm good on that one. I'm talking specifically on this Rosemont Trails.
This one, the Rosemont Society has fundraising operations that would continue. They have plans way beyond the trail system, so it would become part of their maintenance once it was up and running.
And they can cover, the funds will cover that without any problem. Their funds will cover the maintenance of this trail without any problem.
The maintenance, not the construction.
Correct. Thanks. All right. If there's no other questions or comments from council members, I'll thank Mr. Marshall for all you do in presenting these applications to us. Appreciate it. Go back to number 3. Is there anyone from the Good Shepherd Free Medical Clinic? Oh, yeah, categorizing on those two.
So I think like you mentioned, he called it COVID light, so it's a partial COVID.
Partial COVID. Any objection to that?
I don't see the trail. We hadn't been there, so I don't see that how it was affected by COVID, because it wasn't there in the beginning. Not there now.
Now, I think going forward, what he was saying, what they were encouraging, the CDC was encouraging people to do outdoor activities that had more room available where you weren't packed into areas. That would be related to a recommendation of getting outside away from people and getting exercise.
I can hold on to it for a minute, but and I'll try to do that.
Indirect and partial direct, excuse me. Now, Good Shepherd, Good Shepherd.
I know about the shepherd, so
Okay.
let me say something. Because they do see a majority of the individuals or citizens of the county who have some issues with purchasing their prescriptions and seeing a doctor. So it's something that they've always done. I don't know how many years they've done it, but they are very needed in our community because of the poverty level of the county. And then also with the number of diabetics we have here, and people with hypertension. And so that's one particular organization I would like to see us keep it in the, and I would think it would be as far as health is concerned, and I think that's one of the only one that I can remember itemized as health. And so I would put that as a COVID because they were closed for a period of time. They are open now, and they had volunteers, and I think that the number of volunteers went down due to the COVID, and then we had to step in and try to get hire somebody so they can have somebody there to give them the prescriptions and things that they need. A very good organization.
Mr. Crowe.
Mr. Chairman, half the people in this room have probably given money to the Good Shepherd, and the other half have served on the board already, one time or another. And the fact that they're not here just represents the fact they have no overhead. And when I was looking through it, I was thinking about double what they asked us to they make such good use out of it, so they're all right.
All right. Any other council members? All right, we will definitely reach, the ones that aren't here, we will be reaching out to get more information and offer them another opportunity to speak for us. Next up is Beyond Abuse. Yes, that was categorized as direct on the Good Shepherds application. Good evening, how are you?
I'm fine. My name is Deborah Parks. I am the Executive Director of Beyond Abuse. And for those of you who do not know the services we provide, we provide assistance to victims of child abuse, sexually and physically. We have been located here in Lawrence for about 5 years now. During the pandemic, in 2020, we were directly impacted because of course, the children, they were out of school. Some of them were at home with the perpetrators. Some of them, well, all of them that could have been the victim were unable to report all of that to the administrators of the school. So we were directly impacted by COVID. However, our staff, we were still providing those services. During the pandemic in 2020, we were able to serve 59 children right here in Lawrence County. And in 2021, we have served 159 children as far as performing forensic interviews. We have done 23 medical maltreatment exams, and we have provided 72 families assistance to those caregivers of those children. So we are still providing those services. We had to provide some by teletherapy and telehealth, but we are here and we plan to stay here. However, the issue is the location where we are and the rent. We have been there again 5 years, and we are paying quite a bit of money for rent. And because of our location, the visibility, we are very difficult to find. And I am coming to you this evening because we would love to relocate to another area here in Lawrence because of the services that we provide. If not, we would have to close that office and not stop the services because we are in Abbeville and we are in Greenwood. Our clients would just have to travel. So we would love to maintain our presence here in Lawrence. I've spoken at several meetings, pleading with people, telling them how we are in need of space. I thank those who have reached out to help us. I thank United Way of Lawrence County for assisting us with grant funding. But other than that, those are the only grant funds that we have received here in Lawrence.
Before I ask my question, anybody on the council have any?
I would just like to know, what is your location at in Lawrence?
We are located at 23021 Highway 76. We are located directly behind the Self Regional Medical Building. We're actually in the same building, but in order for our clients to get to us, they have to drive around the back parking lot and enter the back door.
You requested a subsidy for rent. Have you found the place? Are you just still looking for a place?
We are still looking. We have identified a couple of locations, but that rental amount is still kind of steep. So we are hoping that we can find somewhere where the rent is much lower, if not free.
There you go. Well, that's, this is gonna be one of my sustainability questions. First off, I hate the service you provide even is needed, but it is a dire need in every community, including Lawrence. So why don't we thank you for all the hard work you do for the young citizens of this county. It's very important. What is your rent payment now? If you don't mind asking.
Rent payment, $1,583 and some change. right at over $19,000 per year.
You do say you're looking for new places. What are your requirements? There's a lot of nonprofits here, and there might be somebody in this room that might could help you.
We
find somebody.
would need 4 to 5 offices. We have a forensic interviewer, a therapist, a family advocate person, and we also provide medical exams. We're thankful that we have that collaboration with Prisma Health, but we will also need 1 additional office just for staff members who are traveling into Lawrence County.
Okay. All right, and y'all are 8 to 5, open there?
Yes, we're 8 to 5 Monday through Thursday, 8 until 2 on Fridays.
Well, regardless of any of the ARPA stuff, I would like for any council member, or anybody that's in this building, or any community member that might have insight on being able to help this worthy organization find a much more affordable place to rent to continue to serve the citizens of this county, please reach out to them. I'm sure they would greatly appreciate it. And I'll make some phone calls tomorrow too and see what we might can work out for you. I believe this is this request shows a direct impact from COVID from grant funding. One of the things I look at as we're going through all these are the annual budgets. We got 19, 20, 21. And you can see the drastic decrease annually as we've gone through the past 3 years. And I think that's very important as council looking through these to look at. So thank you for your time. If no other councilor has any questions, I'll thank you
Thank
for
you.
presenting to us, and we look forward to discussing this further. All right, next, Fountain Inn Kid Enrichment Center. Have anybody that showed up for that? All right, next we'll move to Family Promise of Lawrence County.
I'll introduce myself. I'm Marilyn Tosser. I am the new executive director at Family Promise. I began in December. One thing I'll do about Family Promise is we opened in February 2020 and COVID hit in March of 2020. So don't ever open or start a nonprofit 1 month before COVID, but obviously we didn't know it was going to happen. So that's kind of where we are. So I would categorize our funding as direct funding, how we were impacted by COVID. So that the amount of money we requested was funding that we felt like was directly associated with the impact we had suffered as a result of COVID. So, ready for questions?
All right, let's start with this one. This was mentioned earlier, I think by Ms. Anderson, about a partial. On page 6 of your application, for those you have in front of you, you actually did a very phenomenal job at outlining to the penny, as a matter of fact, in some cases, where these funds are going.
Right.
I'm not saying it's going to happen, but should we get to a partial disbursement on these funds, is there a particular section of this grant that is more important or more needed than another?
I would think our primary need is $18,000 we requested for direct client services need because we have such a wide array of volunteer services. People answer our call when we ask for their support. So in other areas, we would probably be able to recoup some of that. However, I'd like to say that we've learned the benefit of having a static site to open. We rely heavily on churches to house our families in the evening. So when COVID hit and churches shut down and volunteers were not there to spend the night with our families in individual churches, we really suffered with our newly formed budget by paying $500 to $700 a month on hotel expenses. So we're suffering from that right now because of those past expenses. Covenant Presbyterian Church has given us a fellowship building we're now calling the Covenant House. And that is now our static site for spend the nights when churches are not accessible. We have several African-American churches, even today, that have not opened their doors for hosting our families. And so this week, we have a family at the Covenant House that would have been in a hotel had it not been for the fact that we are now able to use that Covenant House. So the repairs on that Covenant house are crucial to us. To be able to maintain that house in case of hotel expense, in case something comes up and we need to house those families elsewhere. So those are the two critical needs, the client services request we had and the repair of that facility, because we need that static site.
Thank you for that. Is there any other council member that has a question or comment?
I was looking at your source of funds,
Right.
and I read you getting over $40,000 in from grants. Can you tell me something about the grants, and can you tell me something about the contributions that you receive and where you receive them from?
Okay. Our largest contributors are faith communities. I'll tell you that right away. Our churches sponsor us by engaging in a covenant. They've signed a covenant agreement with us, and they provide funding to us. We have a great team of sponsors here that also do great fundraisers, and so that comes with some of those. The grants themselves, many of the grants we've received come from Family Promise International. We are part of an international organization. And so as a result of that, we can receive some mini grants through the corporate chain that allow us to shop at Belk. Belk is a corporate sponsor. Hotel 6 is a corporate sponsor. Petco, I actually housed a family several weeks ago and kept their animal at Petco for a week because they didn't want to come into shelter because of their animal. So those kind of things are where our grant monies have come from in the last couple of years. Through our corporate international organization.
Looking for some technology stuff.
Right. I mean, just the simple thing of many of our laptops didn't have cameras on them. So when we got ready to do Zoom meetings and those kind of things, all of our cameras just came from volunteer people that had given us laptops or given us computer equipment. If you walk our facility, it's beautiful, but everything in that facility has been donated. And so that's what we're functioning under. So the technology issue was the fact that we had difficulty in Zoom meetings. We had difficulty connecting with those because of the limited technology we have.
To use some of those computers to help students, whether they be elementary or even college age, communicate with their classes and stuff.
We have, the school district has been pretty good about giving us some laptops. They've even given us a hotspot because many of our churches don't have the hotspot, so we're going to have to do homework. But the district has funded that. So that's the reason we didn't ask for that. But what's happening with technology is mostly in-house, not being able to do parenting classes for some of our parenting, not to be able to meet with our clients that are maybe housed at home because we didn't have the technology for that.
Thank you. I will say, one of the other aspects I'm going to be looking at the your overall budget that you presented to us versus the percentage of your ask. And I say you, given the gravity of what you do, you made a very hard ask of this. So thank you for your time on filling out the application and presenting to us tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anything else? That's it.
Thank you. Next, Center for Community Services. I said down there, that's sensitive. I was direct on the last one, got the objection. Center for Community Services. Next is the Lawrence County Chamber of Commerce.
Give you a brief of what I'm asking for.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you all know that we work very hard to support small business, and we continue to do that through the pandemic. And so the ask that I have before you all is basically an enhancement of supporting those businesses. It is our small business empowerment program. Whenever we went through COVID, we put a lot of our networking opportunities and our meetings, the different things that we did as a chamber, and we had to pivot our work in various ways.
But a lot of our small businesses is where we focus, trying to help them, but we weren't able to do our workshops, excuse me. And county council in 2020, gave $50,000 to the Chamber of Commerce for us to give out micro grants. And that was a very successful program. But through that, we learned that a lot of these small businesses that we were trying to support don't have a lot of the needs that we think would help them be more sustainable and more successful in the future. Like, I believe it was less than 50% of them didn't have a business plan, and less than 50% of them didn't have a website and different things like that. And so this ask is basically to, I did it very specifically, but it would be to target 50 businesses in particular. We had 66 that applied for the funding whenever we did the micro grants in 2020. And so that's kind of where I got my number, that I could try to go back to those businesses and continue to support those or give other ones the opportunity to participate. But do 6 workshops over a year span, and then at the end of that time, those businesses that signed up and engaged in the program, promoting Think Local, and the businesses that were participating along with other ones as well, would receive a $500 additional micro grant for participating in the program. So they would learn a lot through the process over a year span, but then they also would benefit at the end.
All right, so just to make sure I heard you correctly, and the rest of council, $50,000 will go towards workshops for existing small businesses in the community, whether anywhere in the county, I assume would qualify. And those that participate and engage will receive a $500 grant after completion of the year-long program. Correct. That one. All right.
I think it's a good project. When I was reading it, it was really good. But I was looking at maybe an incubation period or an incubation place where you can come when you need help, and not necessarily always there for a workshop or something, but if I run into a problem and I know the chamber should have some information for us business-wise and as far as small business. And I guess I'm looking for something like that, because I think I was reading on Main Street what they wanted to propose, and it was looking like they needed something more often than maybe just classes every once in a while, but they might need a place that they can come to and receive some help from some, maybe through computer-wise, or make them a website, or find out how they can do something else to make their business run smoother than what it is. The purpose behind what you're saying is very good. But I want people to be in place when they need people to be in place, and not have to go all around, either wait 6 weeks before you get ready to have a course.
Yes, ma'am. Well, this actually is partnering with the Main Street organizations as part of our programming and the Small Business Development Center they're based out of Greenwood, but they actually currently come one day per month to Lawrence County to have one-on-one meetings with businesses as an offering that we have. But this would give us more of an opportunity to work one-on-one with those businesses that sign up and say, hey, we really want you to be with this person for these reasons, and these are ways that you can be helped. But I think it also, as an organization, will help us learn what resources are out there as we're continuing to help these businesses, and hopefully it would in turn give us a better set of resources going forward.
Successful.
I see the breakdown of the request of the 50,000. I do see question number 3, how the funding awarded would be utilized. And you have here the 50 Lawrence County businesses would basically, sign up to be a part of this. And then a one-time $500 grant after 1 year of participation would be awarded to them. Is that, I don't see that in the breakdown. Is that coming from, unless I missed it, is that coming from a different source, funding source? Because that'd be 25,000 for 50 businesses.
Right. I clearly did not put that in there properly, but I do have it. I didn't put it in the application properly, apparently, and I apologize, but that is the intent with that $25,000 in my planning that is included in there.
Gotcha.
And of course, hopefully 50, because we would work really hard to get 50 businesses to apply for this, but
My question was more, I guess, is 50,000 enough? Because I see the breakdown, you have 20,000 for marketing and promotions, another 19,625, that's this other, I don't know what that is. But then there's a couple other small breakdowns in there as well. I'm a big advocate for small businesses. America is practically run off of small businesses, so if that number does need to be higher, I wouldn't mind seeing that number be 75, and if that's what you guys need. So,
Right, so we can always take more money, and I can always find really good uses for that. So that's for sure. But the reason I said 50 is looking at that we had 66 applicants previously whenever we did the small business micro grants in 2020. And so I felt like we had 66 applicants, the possibility of getting 50 to actually participate would be possible. Yeah, and so I felt like that was a fair number. Again, if you all feel generous, but I know there's a lot of need out here and a lot of other asks as well. So, of course, any funds that are given, we will go again to help for our small business. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I think that, and I'm going to say this again relative to United Way later on, that is strong communities have strong chambers of commerce and have strong United Ways. And that this is a way that we can spread out the number of touches that we have relative to all of this. And Amanda and her staff just do a really incredible job. And as I was looking over this, it would be my thought that we funded at least at ask.
Any other questions or comments from the council?
just personally curious, so I'm not gonna hold it up, but what is the brew? You said they'll have an opportunity to speak at the brew.
Yeah, so actually it's a new program with the chamber. We've only had one meeting. We have our next one tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in the museum. And it is an opportunity for a current business or entrepreneur that wants to start a business, basically to come and have an audience to say, this is what I'm thinking, you think it would go well, or this is the issue that I'm having in a business. Can you give input? And anyone in the community is invited. It is 8 a.m. tomorrow morning at the museum. And again, it's just an open conversation to say, this is what I think, this is what I've experienced, that sort of thing. Good networking opportunity.
Thank you for your application. Appreciate you taking the time to submit it and present to us tonight.
Great, thank you already.
Yes, ma'am. All right, next we have the PAIA Lower Eastern Cherokee Nation. Speak up next time. Classification on the chamber's request.
Those funds are going for micro grants for small businesses that might have been impacted by COVID. Things like,
Partially will be actual funds going directly to the small businesses, and some of it will be for marketing, I think, local campaign, trying to promote people to shop the small businesses. And so it won't all be direct funds, but it will all be to support.
All right, Mr. Sharp.
My name is Larry Sharp, Vice Chief of Lower Eastern Cherokee Nation. We originally started that as the PAIA, started it in 1984 here in Orange County. It was primarily on trial, multi-trial group. We found out later on with some research over the years, and then around 1990, that the Cherokee Indians was the first people that added Orange County. So we changed that to the Lower Eastern Cherokee Nation. More dominant Cherokee Indians. We bought a piece of land in 2004, which was rented places for houses, churches, stuff before then to have meetings. But in 2004, we bought 3.66 acres on Warrior Creek Church Road. Found out that used to be the hunting grounds of Cherokee. And then one of the neighbors gave us 0.6 acres behind us in 2013. And then in 2018, he gave us another 2.51 acres. So we got about 7 acres of land. It had a building on it in 1972 mobile home. The building fixed up to be our meeting, our travel houses. Issue for the school kids. The trailer was meant for 2 offices for the chief, the secretary, kitchen, little dining area, and craft store. Due to the pandemic, we had to close down because we lost our school program. Every spring and fall, we would have about 400 kids every Friday come up there for their social studies classes. Teach them the Cherokee way, the living village, they go through craft a story that goes through a history class that we take in a long time. Due to the pandemic, we had to close down completely. We had Boy Scouts come to camps from South Carolina to Georgia, Georgia. The school kids came primarily to the Piedmont area. That has been 850 on a Friday up here, but we average about 400 Friday. We had to shut that down for 2019. Didn't have any in 2020. Having in 2020. Powwow. The first one was 2019. But then when we came finally went back, we found out we were having some problems with the trailer to start with because it's so old. And when we came back in, they opened it back up after 2 years for members to come up. And out the trailer's full of mold, floors were rotten, ceiling was leaking. We started off with a bad well. We had somebody from laying down somebody that gave us a well, had a well drilled for us out of Jacksonville, Florida. We get nothing from the federal government. We became state recognized in 2015. We get nothing from the state. Their obligations of Native Americans is recognition. And now we're a state recognized tribe. We can put their civil, that's all we do. We settle the commission. Native American. So where we at with the reason we need some money now is with the trailer being bad, we had to start moving stuff out and put it in the longhouse where we meet. So we run out, we had to move all of our museum stuff out to it. Now we ran out of places to meet. So we can't go back in the trailer. It's got to go in the bathroom. So now we're trying to got a well, good well now. DHEC came up and actually looked at the well and said it could be refixed. It's 39. The well that you had was a 39-foot hand over. So it was contaminated, so they condemned it. The only thing we can do that is flush the toilet in the building that's got mold and floors rotten and stuff. So without public restroom, handicap restroom that we can build in the home house, we can't open our museum back up to the public. We can't have Boy Scouts back up there. We can't do kids' days like we did. It's just it's affects us in so many ways.
I understand. I think you do a good service to the community of educating our children more than anybody about the history of Lawrence County and America in general. It sounds like the main ask is during the shutdown of COVID, due to the buildings being closed up, it caused your building to become unusable. And these funds will go basically to establish reconstructed buildings so that you can get back to your educational purposes, your powwows, your Boy Scout retreats, so on and so forth. Is that
Exactly. We've had some tourists come up. So I called, actually I dealt with John Caney for a while. And then when he left, I did with Mr. Higgs. I've been talking to him and Andy and Hugh. And we've been talking about trying to get on the register for tourism. But we got a big group. We got a living village. We got the Indians in Sandy Village. Teach them how to tan leather and make pottery and flint knaps. And I teach weapons and hunting. I make bow and arrows and blowguns and darts. I teach that to school kids. How to trap deer. We go through about the 1700s is when we teach the history classes. But right now, everything's shut down. You can't open back up without a restroom. And the first thing is a building because we got to get stuff out of the longhouse now. We'll get the history classes back.
all right, Mr. Colonel?
Thanks for coming. I had spent some time out there and I worked for a number of years with your former chief, Gene Norris. And so I visited with him out there at your place. How many members of your tribe are there in Lawrence County?
You know, you were ready that, but I don't remember. We just
Is it 100? Is it 10? Is it 300?
It's hundreds. And
Hundreds.
I found out I got a son-in-law that works for the Census Bureau, and I found out from the Census Bureau paper that I was looking at, it said there's 144 Native Americans that's registered in Lawrence County as Native American. I can't find them, so I went to my son-in-law and asked him. He said, I can't tell you that. They'll lock me up. So I went to a Commission of Minority Affairs meeting, and they had the Census Bureau come in out of Atlanta. And I said, well, I was trying to get my son-in-law to give me the names of those people, because if they're Indians, we'd like to have them to share the Indians. She said, did he give them to you? And I said, no, man, he didn't. She said, good, because we locked him up in $25,000. So I left up there, or he left up there. So about me. But, I mean, we just need help. I think, I told government masters, I said, if the state would help us, we need a big building. We put in for a $500,000 grant, Commission Minority Affairs did, to have a big building where we have offices and have good, on rain days, have school kids come inside and let's get classes inside. They turned it down because we didn't have public water and public sewage. So we couldn't get it. And when we tried to get public water out there, it was $80,000 to bring in 5,000 people. And we questioned that, and they said, well, we'll have to send engineers out to look at it. And they did that. And supposedly did that. And then 6 months later, I got the University of South Carolina Commission on Minority Affairs to agree to write a grant to get that water brought up to see public water, because that's what we would want. And they said the first thing you have to do is get a letter saying that it's $80,000. I went back to them, it was $140,000. 6 months, 2 days later. So about 5 or 6 months after that, I go back and we find somebody, Dr. DeCosta, the person that's over the Commission on Minority Affairs. She said, I can write a check, I can write a grant for $500,000 for water to come up there. I said, that's great. She said, you got to go get a letter from the water department. I went back, guess what it cost to go 5,000 feet? $500,000. And I said, but you said that it was 147,000 or 42,000 the last time. I said, y'all send an engineer out there. He said, well, there's a misunderstanding. He said, we didn't really send one up there. We sent the guy that works for the subcontractors that we use. And he estimated that's about what it cost, was to 80,000. That's how far that was off. So anyhow, then they came back and said, well, even if we bring water up there, you can't use it because you don't use enough water. So you got to have 13 people on the other side of you to sign on to it. I said, so you asking me to take 13 people to do over their well and pay a $2,500 water tap on, plus water, it's not going to happen. So we looked up and got the well. So the only thing holding us up there is get public restrooms stored.
We can look at doing something. I think this is definitely a direct COVID-related request. Are there any other questions from the other council members? We appreciate you coming this evening and look forward to discussing further. Thank you. All right, next, the dental share network of Lawrence County.
Jeanette Marvin with Dental Share Network. We started our program in 2018 when we had requests for help with dental care in Lawrence County. We couldn't find any free clinics or anything that would take our individuals because they didn't have Medicaid. And we discovered that quite a few people in Lawrence County do not have Medicaid. They've sort of fallen between the cracks. They don't have dental insurance, and they're unemployed, retired, disabled. There's just that gap of people who just need desperate help. So we started this program, and we have an oral surgeon in Greer, and the Palmetto Denture Care in Spartanburg, and a dentist here at Lawrence who work with us. They give us a discount, and we make the appointments, and we get the individual in and give them help. Most of them, by the time they get to us from Good Shepherd Clinic, are in the worst possible shape. You can only imagine. The teeth are falling out. They can't get jobs because they are missing teeth. The other program we want to start is with Safe Home, so that the ladies who have their teeth knocked out can get dentures, so that they can move on with life and get jobs and that sort of thing.
I do have a few quick questions. Might have been clerical, but on your application, there in the only monies on the financial side. It lists a $1,500 grant in 2019. And it says funds already committed to the project for 2022, it's 6,000. Do you mind elaborating a little on?
Yes, so when we started 2018, right before COVID, we had a handful of donations from churches and whatnot. A lot from our family went into it to get it started. And then in 2019, things were going well. We were starting fundraising like everybody. And then in 2020, of course, with COVID, everything shut down. So the dentist shut down for maybe a month or two, and then they got going again, and they couldn't do any fundraising during that time. So my husband and I are day traders, and so we funded the program really for the last 2 years through day trading. Our whole family does this, so we all contributed to keep it going. But now that things are sort of back to normal, we're hoping to, go more the traditional route of fundraising and grants.
So 2020 and 2021, what roughly annually are y'all spending?
Anywhere from, well, look here, about 35,000 in 2021, roughly. And then this year we're expecting 65 to 70,000. And that's a low estimate. Each patient roughly runs between $250 to $600. So we get a discount with the Palmetto Denture. They met with their board and said that we sent so many people to them that they were going to give us a good discount, and they do. So dentures run around $600 for us, as long as we make the appointment. So, and so it's really depending on what the patient needs. So we have individuals who need 15 extractions plus dentures. So you're looking at a couple $1,000s for that one patient. We count it by the number of teeth, not necessarily by the number of people that go through. So we're looking at roughly anywhere from 180 to 200 patients that we'll be helping in this year. So there's a range of costs per person. But I want to say one thing, that what was happening is these individuals were going to the ER continuously for years, some of them, because of the infection. So by the time they come to us, their whole face is infected. They can't get cancer treatment without having their teeth extracted. They can't have surgery until their infected teeth come out. And, like the stay home ladies, they get their teeth knocked out. And they have no place to turn. Lawrence County is the only county in the state of South Carolina that has this sort of program to help individuals quickly get them care. So, it's a good thing for Lawrence County.
Thank you. And one other question, you mentioned Good Shepherd and Safe Home. Do you anticipate any donations from those entities?
That's not donations. We take care of all of their patients.
Okay, got it.
So the Good Shepherd Clinic, they call a Good Shepherd, the individual call them, they send them right to us.
Gotcha.
So do dentists, and if a person goes to the dentist and they're there in the chair and they find out what they need, and the person says, well, I'm uninsured, who do I call? They'll call us. And we get calls from out of state and from other counties. They don't have these programs, and so, yeah. Wish they had what Lawrence County.
All the questions I have. Does anybody else on the council have any questions or comments?
Yeah, blessings on you, first of all. Does anybody get a salary out of this?
No. 100% of what we get goes just to the dentist or the oral surgeon or whatever. We serve the entire
That's
county.
admirable.
I know some individuals who have had the ones that leave the Shepherd Clinic, and they already in bad health.
Yes.
And a lot of people that don't realize how cavities can
It's
cause
horrible. Yes.
bad health.
Very,
And
yes.
so I thank you for what you're doing,
Yes.
because most of those people need a lot of help.
Absolutely.
And they do fall between the cracks.
Absolutely.
And I thank you for what you do.
Yes. We have several individuals right this week that will be going in. They're young, because we do a lot of wisdom teeth.
they may be just right out of college, they're no longer on their parents' insurance, they don't have much of an income, or they don't have an income yet. So we take care of them for their wisdom teeth. And people who are looking for jobs, they just cannot go and get a job until they have teeth replaced, that sort of thing.
All right, thank you so much for the information and that helped us move forward in this process. Thanks. All right, next on the list is Trail Association. We already talked to Mr. Marshall on that one. So after him is the Rotary Club of Lawrence. Classification on the previous application. Let's go to Greg. Any objection? All right, Rotary Club of Lawrence. Doing good.
Good. Can you explain anything, introduce?
Tell us what you're asking for directly, because you do a lot for the community, but what exactly is your?
Yeah, we do. Specifically, what we're doing is trying to continue our backpack program, which we do 50 meals per week for students at E.V. Morse. That backpack program is essentially sending food home with kids who don't have food at home. We're also looking to expand our literacy program. We received an anonymous donation for that, and we're hoping to do multiple different things with that. A lot of that is specifically with E.V. Morse as well, and encouraging those kids to make sure and up their reading levels, especially by third grade. As we know, third grade is kind of that benchmark where they start checking to see if these kids can't read. We need to see if we need to build a prison that size. So that's one of those are the two main things in regards to what we're hoping to continue.
All righty. Get out one here. Do you mind telling us roughly? I know the literacy was new, but backpack. What do y'all spend annually just for that program? And that's just at one school, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's approximately $15,000 per year to do that. And obviously, that was COVID impacted. We didn't do it during that time, but those kids certainly needed those meals and more stuff.
And then the new literacy program, what do you anticipate the annual on that one being?
The annual on that one, we're really not 100% sure. I know that we did the breakdown. Let me find out which page is that. And you remember that number?
Yes. With new literacy programs, we're thinking about probably $30,000 a year. We're trying to impact all the elementary schools within our school district.
So that would encompass more than just EVs, or something.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then I've asked this question to others, sustainability of moving forward with the new program. What are your plans for the fundraising on that level?
We actually had a meeting today. We're gonna be expanding several different things other than our duck race. We're gonna do some things at the Blues Festival, doing an annual cornhole tournament. Also selling hot dogs at that event, that kind of thing. So we're definitely gonna expand what we're doing in regards to fundraising. We've been really blessed by getting a lot of grants in the last couple of years as well, especially for backpack, because as you all know, food has certainly gone up in price. So the program that used to cost us about $6,000 a year now costs us about $15,000 a year.
And I'm familiar that most of your grants, especially the backpack, come from other local foundations in the community. When all of us have been impacted by COVID, so I definitely see that one. And literacy, obviously, the education system was troubled heavily during COVID with kids at home not being able to have access to books, so on and so forth. I think there's both admirable programs. I just have one question on how it will continue, because if you started, I hope you'd be able to continue.
Yeah, we certainly will be able to do that.
Question for council members, or question from council members for the Rotary Club. All right, we appreciate y'all coming and presenting. I believe this is a no-brainer on a direct COVID relation to the items they're requesting. All right, Matt, you should stay up here. Looks like you're next for University of South Carolina Union at Lawrence.
So we're specifically requesting a virtual reality science lab. Because of COVID, obviously we shut down, and when we come back, a lot of students have gone more towards either doing completely online or driving to Union. And one of the reasons they've had to do that is because we don't have a lab facility in our building. And they have transitioned to doing virtual reality labs specifically. Number one, because they're much more affordable. Not worry about running gas lines, water lines, all those different kinds of things. Yet they still are learning on the same level, and in a lot of cases they're actually testing better by doing those in virtual reality versus in a traditional lab setting.
Questions from council?
Matt, thank you. How many people are affected by that? I mean, how many people are, taking these labs?
In regards to not being able to come into classes, you're looking at about 50 students.
Each semester, each year?
Rough estimate, I would say probably each year. Yes, sir. And that might be one lab class, that might be more than one, but that also keeps those students here locally instead of going to another community.
Numbers
Yes, ma'am.
of labs you were requesting.
Yes, ma'am. Well, the way that system works is basically you have desktop versions of those of the lab equipment, and then you also have virtual reality where they put on the goggles and actually kind of see that firsthand. And the subscription for those virtual realities are actually quite a bit more expensive to do that, and that's why those numbers are different in regards to how many we request. And certainly we want to be able to offer those to larger groups, potentially even to dual enrollment students, potentially coming from the local schools as well, being able to come to us to take advantage of that technology.
Collaborative effort there between the schools and USC.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, we always have that collaborative effort, and we would love to be able to expand that. There are discussions for us expanding that. It's not fully public at this point. But yes, ma'am, there's certainly ability to do that even more than we currently do. Yes, ma'am.
This is one of the applications that I think will fall in this category. If we are able to partially fund you in any manner, is there a dollar figure that would, I think you requested 18, if we did 10, 9, is that a?
Yeah, I mean, we
is that
can make
feasible,
it
or
work.
does
I
that
think
work?
they already are putting in the budget, or they are already putting in the budget for us to fund some of this anyway. It depends on the amount as to how many of those units that we can fund. And if we need to do a partial number of that, we can always.
The partial, what I'm asking is if we gave you 20,000, can you do anything with it, or would it be a waste kind of thing?
Probably a little more than 20 with, I mean, you obviously don't want to have just one virtual reality
But
unit.
what I'm getting at is there, where are the breaks at?
I'm not a good negotiator, so I know not to give a figure up front. I would say 20 is certainly low.
Okay. We might have to come back to you and ask you more questions.
Sure.
Are there any other questions from council? All right, well, we appreciate you coming on behalf of the Rotary and the GSC Union in Lawrence and doing that to us tonight.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next, Bridging the Gap.
Good evening.
Hold on one second. Classification on the USC request related to COVID.
I think part of this thing was a distance learning option. That was all related to COVID. That's the reason they did that. So.
All right, any objections? All right, Ms. Whitmire, how are you this evening?
I'm well, thank you.
Good.
And you all, how are y'all doing?
Doing good.
Bridging the Gap Advocacy has been in existence since 2014. It is 100% volunteer program. We served over the last estimate over 1,500 kids collectively, and that's including parents. One big program, part of our program is involving our parents. Parental involvement was huge. Initially, it was started as a after-school tutorial type program. Eventually, it evolved to a year-round program. What I requested takes us into another dimension of our program. We have a group called the HIPE team, which is Healthy Young People Empowerment. These young kids from 6th grade to 12th grade go into various communities and basically restore parks, beautify cities. And they learn how to work within the group. Most of these groups come from different locales of the county, different communities. But it's a thing of beauty when you see kids work together and see things come to fruition by working together. We decided that we wanted to also be able to address the food shortage, healthy food. So the kids getting together and created a community garden. And we tried to expand that to a greenhouse concept. And in doing so, after you actually grow the food, you want to be able to cook it healthy. So we have a ground to table concept that we implement. We have a property on our campus that we try to turn into a etiquette house. There are some problems with the etiquette house. There's some roofing problems, as well as trying to upgrade our facility to make it more user-friendly for kids with disabilities as well as handicap. Our parking lot is not handicap friendly at all. So that's the reason we was asking for the 98,000. The estimate I gave you, it's a rough estimate. I've always tried to come under budget for our facility under. First of all, I'm Calvin Whitmire. Didn't fail to tell y'all in the very beginning. I am the executive director and founder of Bridge the Gap. And again, we have probably one of the most outstanding educators, retired educators in the country. I tell them not just in the city, in the state, but in the country. Some of these people give thousands of hours a year and volunteer. And I just want to be able to extend what we are doing throughout this county, starting throughout the city. We've gotten a great deal of partnership help from various agencies. United Way has been one of the ways. The city has been one. Walmart has been one. And it's had some private people to donate also. I'm encouraged that if we don't get but half, we're going to find a way. We do come up with fundraising. Like this coming weekend, we have the kickball festival. We're projecting to raise close to $7,000 to $10,000. Boots on the ground trying to make this happen. And it's going back into our building and upgrading. I just think it's necessary during the summer, as well as year round, that kids have access to people who care about them. And also some people that look like them, but it's not just only for Blacks. It's not only for Caucasian, it's for every individual who wants to come to our facility and want to try to be better. And we try to create good citizens. And I love them all, no matter where they come from Hickett Tavern all the way down. I love them all. And they can tell. They can tell whether or not you're faking or not. So I wanted to stand before you all tonight. And I love what I'm doing. And there's an area of the town where we reside. It's tough. And I'm the Lone Ranger right now, but that's okay. Because I'm gonna stand up for my kids. And when the kids can come on campus and feel loved and they get what they need, life skills. You have life skills that we teach. Got Mr. Ligon teaching German. I mean, this is unheard of. Having access to public speaking. Kids getting up at 3, 4, 5 years old, being able to stand before an audience. It's pretty awesome, 7 years old. And I just think what we're doing is, I think it's beneficial, not because of me, it's because of the staff and people who believe in our program.
I appreciate all you do. As we mentioned several times tonight, the education of our children is a vital part of this community, and being able to do it for those that need it the most is very important. You have a very good application. As we get into these higher dollars, you're going to hear this question more often. You did a very good job on your application, outlining your actual ask and itemizing what you were looking for. So I'll ask, like I asked earlier, is there any particular aspect of these that is more vital to establish sooner rather than later? We have to do a partial request, because there's some great stuff. You mentioned the food beds on here. There's some things related to that. There's some ADA compliance issues that you're looking to address. Which part of it would you pick to be the most vital?
I think the upgrade, initially upgrade, make it more user friendly to kids as well as adults for handicap accessibility and kids with disability. We having an influx of kids that ADHD, ADD. Although I'm all that now, I'm that too. I'm ADHD, ADD, and I was PAD, just like they were. But that's why I can identify these kids no matter where they come from, because I've been there. And but I think the handicap accessibility, as well as the I think overall having sound walls, we want to have sound walls put up for our kids who are having problems staying focused. And I believe that if I had to prioritize, yeah, I would say the ADHD and the handicap, the disability, and certainly I would want to get our kitchen up and running, because the kids going to put in a lot of hard work over the summer, developing our garden and harvesting. So I want to be able to prepare the food safely, with safe and feel good about it.
Where is your campus located?
We are 101 Park Place, which is about a mile from Sanders Middle School, about a mile and a half from there, Sanders Middle School. We've collaborated with them in the past, as well as Lawrence Preparatory Academy, and some of those kids who have had some challenges, staying in the classroom, use it as a teaching tool, encouraging them and building self-esteem and confidence. And they know that being with me, I just keep it real with the kids. And I always want to make them feel special when they leave our campus. They know they're loved. And that's important, because some of these kids come from some difficult situations. But I don't give them any excuse, no way out. They have to work hard. And I encourage them to do so.
All right. Any other questions, comments from council members?
Those kids that grow in the garden, get their hands dirty and have a big time, right?
Listen, I tell them, man love to eat, doesn't know how to plant and grow, because you never know when you can't go in that store. So we encourage to see kids using their hands and giving back, feeding senior citizens. These kids, when they harvest, they reach out to the senior citizen first. Our senior citizens are going to eat first. And then we go down. We pick it, we harvest it, and we carry it to them. And I just think it's a great opportunity for them to give back. When people give to you, you have to give back.
Jeff United way, they got some raised beds.
I heard that. I ain't mad at it.
Okay.
And a lot of people need to eat healthy, so
Okay.
that's a
I
good
know
thing.
they got it.
All right, Ms. Woodland, I appreciate you presenting, and we look forward to reviewing it further. Thank you. All right, next, Camping Ministries of the Carolinas. No, I'm not familiar with, but I'm sure you know. Consensus of council on the direct, indirect, or partial relation to COVID. Partial.
Excuse me, can I do that?
Sure.
You was talking about bridging that gap, partial.
Request, yes.
Well, we were shut down now because of COVID.
Gotcha. Got to go.
Okay.
Got to go.
That doesn't preclude any funding. We're just trying to put them in categories.
Yeah.
Mr. Carty.
Chairman, members of council, I am Kevin Carty. I'm the executive director at Camping Ministries of the Carolinas, better known in this community as Camp Fellowship. We've been your neighbor down on Lake Greenwood since 1948. This will be our 74th year in operation there. And of course, like many of the folks that we've heard from tonight. 2020 was quite a devastating year and a wake-up call year for us in terms of our operations. The grant application that we submitted to you all was to be in partnership with the Trails Association, and we do look forward to working with them. We've had some initial conversation around that, but our goal is to create a trail system that is open and accessible to the residents of Lawrence County there on the Camp Fellowship property. We currently, well, let me begin by saying we began a project back in 2019, working with some grant funding through the South Carolina Forestry Commission to cut some fire breaks onto our existing property. Those fire breaks double wonderfully as walking trails, and then we've been able to add some additional trails linking those fire breaks as well. We currently have the infrastructure, we put into place a plan, if you will, for 5.5 to 6 miles of walking trails there on the property right near Lake Greenwood. Our hope is to be able to make these trails publicly accessible, and that's where the conversations with the Trails Association began, and this grant funding becomes very important to us in fully implementing this plan. As I said, we began this in 2020. The Forestry Commission actually had to pull out because of COVID. They were not able to finish the project then. They did come back and do some subsequent work later. However, we have not fully recognized all that we would like to do with that trail project, but it is a shovel-ready project, so to say, and we're ready to move forward on it. This project has both COVID looking backward implications and COVID looking forward implications. We had to cease our operations in 2020. We did not hold a summer camp program. In fact, we ceased our operations in March of 2020 and pivoted to emergency sheltering of the Ugandan Children's Choir that happened to be in Lawrence County. They came to us on March the 17th. They were supposed to stay for 2 nights. They ended up staying for 281 nights with us in this county. I want to say again, this county is incredible when it comes to supporting those who find themselves in situations of need in churches, school districts. There were so many people who stepped up that I want to tell you, we were able to successfully shelter those children and youth, 36 people from Uganda here in Lawrence County for those 281 days and maintain our operations during that time. Those sheltering operations, but we were not able to do our normal camping program or any of our other community-focused, community-facing programs. So COVID really did impact us. Now, one of the questions I want you to ask in a little bit is about the financials in 2020, because there's an interesting bump that happens there, and that is 100% because of the sheltering operation that we did and the way those funds flow through. So I just want to be clear, we are only now really beginning to feel the impact of COVID in our normal day-to-day operations. We're still having a slow return to business. We limited our summer programs for children and youth last year to 50% capacity. If you limit your program, you also limit your revenue generation opportunities. So we are very thankful for all of our donors and others who have helped us to continue our opportunities. Our COVID forward look on this project is that this is a community health and wellness opportunity. We've got these 6 miles of trail, and similar to the Rosemont area, this is an area of our county that is underserved and there are not adequate resources available to people. I can tell you, there are very few days that go by in the spring or summer where we don't have someone come down the camp road and saying, I live near the lake, but I don't have access to the lake. Could I? Can I? You've got woods, can I just go walk around? So part of what we want to do is look toward connecting, impacting our community, building a stronger community, building an opportunity for the community to get out and about in this opportunity here at Camp Fellowship. See if there are questions that y'all have.
All right, appreciate that. Michael, I appreciate that. And just for clarification, for everybody listening, the ask is directly for the implementations and development of a trail system. You're not asking for any COVID reimbursement or anything like that. It's specifically for the trail.
For the development of the trails.
All right, awesome.
All right, go ahead. First of all, you've got to be a management genius to run that place during good times. You know, and during the tough times, it's amazing you're still standing. Yes, that's true of a lot of people. That's right. $100,000 for the kind of access that you're describing is a bargain for us. And that I want to see more than that. I mean, I want to see more access to Lake Greenwood from the people who live close to it. I mean, I live close to it. I don't have access to it the way that I'd like to have access to it. We don't have the kind of access to Lake Greenwood to utilize that asset for our community the way we should, could, and I think are going to in the future. And that, I'm thinking that we need to have a longer term conversation about this, about what we can do to enhance the accessibility of everybody to that property under broad circumstances. And we're talking about lakefront, talking about the trails are part of that, but it's on the lake. It's this huge asset. And we've got one whole side of our county, that's a long side of our county, is this beautiful lake, and that it's limited as to how we can get to it. So just for purposes of today's discussion, I've got this on my final list to have asked, and that I want this to be a beginning of a conversation. Won't be the very first conversation, because we've had this conversation before. But I want to broaden the access to the people of Lawrence County to that asset. This is a beautiful place to do that.
Mr. Trill still some of my questions. I was gonna ask pretty much the same thing, and I think we need further discussions on a project like this to include how maybe we can either partner or partner and work with Camp Fellowship for trails, parks, lake access, because one of the things we are missing and that is important to several of us up here is finding more outlets of recreation on Lake Greenwood for our citizens. And I know I spend a lot of time in your coves because they're quiet and they're fun to swim in when you're spending a day on the lake. But if there was an opportunity, and it would definitely be on y'all's side to offer to us, but to work with you to where we could maybe make that a little more accessible for all the citizens of the county, that is definitely something that I'm interested in exploring in the near future.
Sure, thank you. So I just want to share just a line from our mission statement that we work from here. It's that we work to engage our community in experiences that make connections for better living, stronger communities, personal spiritual growth and development. And certainly we see ourselves as a partner within Lawrence County, and I think private-public partnerships are wonderful ways to engage and make things happen. One of the things I know from running a camp through hard times and in good times and okay times is that management and the sustainability is certainly very important. And I think that's something that having been where we are for 74 years now, we are committed to the long-term sustainability of everything that we do. And so certainly this is an initial project. This is a beginning place for us to begin those efforts of connecting the community.
I would like to thank you for stepping up when we needed someone to take care of those children at that particular time. I thank you. But I still want you to keep in mind the partnerships. And I think that's the only way we get ahead is by partnering with other people. And when you draw one other person in, you spread yourself a lot wider than what you think. So just continue to look at partnering. And I'm hoping that, through the Lawrence County Trail Association, we can partner and make sure things go well.
All right. Are there any other questions, Mr. Carty, or comments from the county council members? Well, thank you for presenting, and I do think this is one of the few projects that we will be looking to develop past this ARPA allocation, and I look forward to those conversations. As far as categorization, I'll lean on my fellow council members on their recommendation. And if it says partial, there any objection? All right. For that, next up, Tranquility Point. Does anybody arrive for Tranquility? All right, Main Street, Lawrence, USA.
How are y'all doing, Mike?
Good, how are you? Sound good. tell us a little bit about your request.
So we are requesting a total of 135,000. That will actually be broken up almost evenly between two projects that we've got going on that we had really started pre-COVID. And when I say pre-COVID, really wholeheartedly in 2019. And we had, when COVID shutdowns hit, we had our first filing Friday of the year and didn't have anything else for basically the next year and a half to 2 years. So the two projects, though, one is to rehab the new Main Street Lawrence office, which is at 119 East Lawrence Street. We moved out of facilities here, which we appreciate that support. We moved out of the office here into that building and have been wanting to get that rehab into sort of what Ms. Anderson referred to as an incubator. We originally thought of doing that as a co-working space. As we saw another co-working space come online here in downtown, there was not as much need for that as we had anticipated. But as we went through COVID, we realized that maybe the incubator is more where we can assist the small businesses. We have partnered with the chamber both during COVID, pre-COVID, and we'll be doing so post-COVID to help our small businesses. And so the idea is now, most small businesses that get started need about 600 square feet. And in our office, we will have at least 600 square feet up front. That would be prime retail space that we could offer to one or two, depending on the size of their project or their idea. To start, the idea is they would have at least a year's worth of free rent, which from some of the other requests, now you know how much the rent is. And through other assistance with Main Street and Chamber, get those businesses off to a good foot. We would also be able to utilize that space as a business center for our current businesses. And as you know, the businesses our small businesses took a huge hit. We have assisted several of our businesses. We had a new business open last year who ran into some legal questions. She didn't know where to turn, so she came into our office. We met several times and got her directed to some business attorneys in Greenville that helped her through the situation she was in, and has now put her business on much stronger footing. So that's just some of the services that we would be offering in that incubator office space. The other half of that money would go to what we call the Wells Clardy Cottage, which is on West Main, just across from Lawrence Lumber. Main Street Lawrence was basically bought that from the Community Foundation several years ago for $1. They were going to tear the building down, the house down. We didn't see that happen because it is part of the National Register listing there for West Main. So the idea again is, with our lack of overnight stays here in the city, so lack of areas for overnight stays, and with us coming out of COVID and us seeing more and more people wanting to get out and about and come into the city and the county, we need more places for people to stay in Lawrence. This will also offer residual income for our organization. We are a nonprofit, so we're not directly associated with the city or the county. We are a separate nonprofit. We do partner, of course, both with you guys and the city, but we are not a city entity. So the development of the Wells Clardy Cottage would allow us to have a place for overnight guests as we are doing events, and as the Development Corporation, who is now located here on the square, as they bring people into town, we would have a place for them to stay here in the city. That money, so we'll say the money for the Wells Clardy will allow us to actually hire. We have talked with Mantis Homes, who's doing some of the other rehabs. That will allow us to hire them to come in and do all the workforce to get it up and online, and much quicker than us having to ask for donations and look for volunteer help, et cetera.
All right, well, first question, because it's obviously a two-part request, but you only listed the one figure. Do you have a breakdown on how much the Main Street Rehabilitation Building would cost versus the Wells Clardy Cottage?
So we actually had an estimate of about $50,000 to do the Main Street office, and we're not doing major stuff inside. We're not doing anything that's structural to the building. We did get a grant for about $25,000 Hometown Economic Development Grant, but that 55 did not include any upgrades to the electrical or the technology stuff for the businesses, that sort of thing. It only included the work to put up some walls and that sort of thing for the office space. And then for the Wells Clardy, again, it's basically going to go in and rehab the entire building.
All right, so about 50K for the Main Street building, let's call it 35 for the technology, and the 50 back on the Clardy. Which one's probably, I'm gonna ask you a hard question.
That's all right.
how do you plan on going about if this comes to fruition? And you do the Hometown Economic Development Center, so on and so forth. What's your plan to reach out to community members who may be interested in starting these businesses? If somebody's just gone through it, there's not a lot out there to find. It's actually quite difficult, especially on the local level, to find where to go. And I'm plugged in and still have problems at times finding where to go to ask the right questions.
Right.
So what's your plan there? If that came to fruition, what exactly are you going to do to reach all communities and those that may need the most?
Sure, so we do plan on partnering with the chamber again, if they are funded or whether they're funded or not, we actually partner with them. And we did some work with them previously on some grants that they had gotten where they did micro grants. So the idea is that we would offer that as part of that program. So if you get a micro grant, then you would be eligible to possibly come into that incubator space. The other ways we reach out is we do a lot of local media. We utilize a lot of local media for that. And then I think the bigger thing though is a stronger partnership with the chamber to let businesses know when they come in that we can be possibly be of if we've already got the client and that's obviously good. And then we can also work with those people and maybe find them another location, whether it's in the city, the county, another city, what have you, that would suit their needs. And then we have a lot of resources at the state level with Main Street, South Carolina, and then up in Greenville with 10 at the top and other organizations that we work with regionally that we have information that we can offer them. We're looking for funding and they're looking for gap financing, help with that sort of thing. We don't do any of that, but we can point them in the right direction and get them hooked up to the right person.
All right. And that's a question I'm pretty sure I know the answer to, but once again, we're getting into some deep numbers. If we have to do a partial funding, what are your break points as far as if we pick a partial for this particular endeavor?
You mean between the two? Or is that what you mean?
Well, I mean, if we pick one of the two, or we say we can do half of the building, and will half of the building be, can you get the other half to finish it, or do you have to have the whole 80, or where do you gotta be?
So the building is gonna be the most important part, I would think, because it's hard to find grants to do brick and mortar type work inside of a business like that, inside of a building like that. With the Wells Clark Cottage, we do have a GoFundMe account set up. So the idea is to launch that GoFundMe and do donations from the community to help fund whatever we don't get as far as that's concerned. And I think we'll do well with that because there is a lot of, again, because people see a big need for the housing when people are bringing families in or what have you to the city. There's nowhere for them to stay currently. We do have 2 Airbnbs that have recently opened just off the square and they are booked almost 6 months at a time. And so it's a huge need for us and something that we can help fill that gap. But between the two, the one that I would like to see funded the most would be the Main Street Lawrence office because then we can have bigger impact on our small businesses. And then we can use whatever additional funding you guys saw fit to give towards the Wells Florida Cottage to go with donations. It's just will take longer to get that.
So I think, and just keeping in mind as we're reviewing these, like we're looking, kind of looking for COVID related items. And for me, honestly, the Wells Fargo doesn't necessarily fall in that realm. But it's definitely something that we'll all discuss as we continue to do this.
And I think I would say too, that I think it's partially related. I mean, it's not COVID related as far as that it was something that we did not get to start on. And obviously didn't get fundraising forward during COVID. But I agree, it's not maybe directly related to COVID, but now as we're coming out of COVID and we're seeing more and more people getting out and about and traveling, we recognize that need much more. For example, is the new Blues Festival that we're doing. We have we reached out to the hotels in Clinton. Apparently there's a sporting event going on in Spartanburg, so most of those were booked up for that weekend. So these people that we are bringing in to do this outdoor event for us here, we're having to put up in Fountain Inn and Sensible because we don't have the space here for them. So.
Any other questions or comments from other county council members?
We're on that RFP, we're on that, because coming up with that revolutionary thing, they're gonna be looking for somebody.
That's right. All right, there's no other questions. Thank you.
So I'm going to say one thing too, real quick. I'm not sure, honest, made a mistake in here clearly. So when you go to the first, under the contributions, there is a addition problem there with fiscal year 2021. That should be 126 at the total, and then 129 at the bottom. So I don't know if you want to call that.
Instead of that too.
Instead of the 2, yes.
Yeah.
It should
I
be
wonder
one.
what one of these up here.
I was looking at it earlier and I was like, those numbers not add up.
All right, thank you for letting us know that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a recommendation for a 5-minute recess to stretch our legs.
We'll take a 5-minute recess and reconvene at 7:25. As far as the category for that one, I'll lean on the council.
Parts, one part is right. Part is just the part.
Know how to do that?
I'm glad that y'all have called me. I'm trying to get
All right. Our 5+ minute recess is coming to an end. And we will jump right back into it and keep on moving. We'll make it good time. All right, next up is United Ministries of Clinton. Mark Clinton, Chair.
Good afternoon. I'm John Farmer, the newly named Executive Director of United Ministries. I was in education and learning for 48 years, and I knew there was a need in the county, but I learned two things when I came to United Ministries. One, the need in this county is a lot greater than I ever thought. And two, the people of Lawrence County are very gracious with their money. We get donations from individual churches. They're very gracious. We appreciate it. I won't bore you with any of my personal stuff. We have 3 programs. We have food pantry, with the utility assistance and snack pack program for our children in the 3 elementary schools and middle schools.
All right, we'll just come into some questions. I appreciate you outlining about percentage where you're looking to allocate your funds, and it's under thousands, it's easy to divide. Tell us more about your utility assistance and snack packs. Mainly, how many people roughly annually do you support in those 2 programs?
In the utility assistance program, we serve about 46 a month for about 550. That works if someone comes in tomorrow morning. We give them an information packet they fill out. They have their bill, photo ID. We take all that, put it in a folder. One of our volunteers will interview them. We look at the bill, we look at their ability to pay the remainder of the bill. We can't pay it all. So we go up to $200. We help people one time a year from the last date that we help them. That's how it works. So if we had more money, we could do more. We paid out about a little over $110,000 last year, 2021.
Just in utilities.
Just in utility systems.
All right. How about the snack pack? Is that similar to the backpack industry?
We distribute 158 snack packs per week during the school year for 36 weeks. I think that multiplies out to something like 5,688 at school.
Those are the 2 of the questions I have. Are there any other comments or questions from other council members?
Mr. Chairman, this is one charity that is worthy. I don't mean that the others aren't. I just mean that this is special. The folks in Clinton have taken care of the overhead. In other words, that there is professional management there, and people do get paid, but you need that sometimes to be able to run a robust and professional organization. And that the money that's given on top of that, it goes so close to 100% of it to the actual utility bill or some grocery bag that it's on my bill pay. It's don't tell them how very small it is, but that I don't have enough money to give away to people who spend half of it before it gets somewhere, and that they've met that vetting threshold for me for a long time, and that they know how to deal with people that need help, they know where to get the help for them, they know how to, vet them, how to figure out, what's going on with it, and then, they're gonna be on my final.
I might add to what Councilman said. Our administrative costs are 6.7% of our total budget. We have 2 paid employees, myself and a treasurer, secretary treasurer, and that's it.
Somebody else is funding that already.
Yes.
I do want to ask, as we get into big ones, I'm going to ask everybody, should we get to the point where we're having to do a partial allocation? Yours is definitely easy to read based on your 4 different requests. 3 of them are surge related, one of them's a need for the roof, and I read about your need for that. Sometimes it's easy to get money from citizens and volunteers to do a service. But when you go and say, I need $35,000 for a roof, it gets a little harder.
It does.
So if we should we get to the point where we are having to shrink your request as far as our allocation, would the roof be on your request, or would your services be at the top of the list?
That's tough. I know. If you don't have a roof, you don't have a building. But I look at our 3 programs, snack pack, utilities, and food. It's pretty rubber meets the road.
All right.
It would be hard for me to say.
Well, I won't make you say that, but that's,
I mean, it really is. It's,
you don't have to answer that. Are there any other questions or comments from other county council? And I'll thank you for coming and presenting, and definitely worthy cause like many of these others, and we look forward to exploring further.
thank you. We appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Next up is Presbyterian College. I agree. I think everybody agrees that's correct. Back there.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Scott. I'm Vice President of Finance for Presbyterian College. We're a nonprofit higher ed institution that was established in 1980 in Clinton, South Carolina. We serve the students from across the country, but primarily from the state of South Carolina and surrounding states. We provide undergraduate education for approximately 950 students, of which 95% of those students live on campus in our dorms or apartments. We also have 3 graduate programs in pharmacy, physician's assistants, and occupational therapy that enroll roughly 250 students in that group. We have submitted an application for reimbursement for expenses that we incurred directly related to COVID. When the virus hit and changed the world in March 2020, we had to send our students on campus home for the remainder of the semester to go to virtual instruction. That was what needed to be done in the proper response to that. We incurred expenses in having to provide tools for online learning at that point. So our students could be online, and so our faculty members and staff could provide those services. We knew that it was in the best interest of the students in the college to have them return back to campus in the fall of 2020. But in order to do that, we had to take precautions to allow for social distancing and also provide equipment that would help keep them safe, such as at the time it was not considered healthy to drink out of water fountains, so we had to replace water fountains with bottle fillers in certain areas. We erected temporary outdoor classrooms to allow classes to be conducted outside. We had fresh air. We had to provide testing for some students in order to track whether COVID was spreading across campus. And when we did have instances of COVID detected and placed students in quarantine if they could not return home, they were application is submitted to ask for reimbursement for those bridges.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from any of the council?
It was a fairly specific number. Is that a percentage of what you had actual costs or actual incurred costs, or is that the number, or how did you get to that?
We have the detail to get to that number. Those were.
Any other questions, comments? All right, I'll thank you for your application and your presentation. I am aware, I believe y'all submitted a second application for under the infrastructure side, and we will be addressing those at a separate meeting. We'll make sure y'all are aware and informed when we get to that point.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I believe this one's obvious. I'm asking for reimbursements of direct COVID-related requests. Next up, we have Cultural Arts Foundation of Fountain Inn.
First, let me thank you for allowing us to be here today and to apply for this ARPA money. The Cultural Arts Foundation of Fountain Inn is a nonprofit, and we are 12 years old. Prior to 2017, the Cultural Arts Center, the Performing Arts Center, was owned by the city of Fountain Inn. And in 2017, the Cultural Arts Foundation acquired that from the city. Then we became where we have to fully fund ourselves. We did have funding from the city for several years, and we have now some funding from the city, and it's in the report here, but it's more limited funding than what we had to begin with. We serve the city, the citizens of Fountain Inn, Simpsonville, Lawrence, Great Court, Green Pond, a lot of that people that we have that are in our area. And I think probably a third of Fountain Inn is in Lawrence County. And what we do at the center, we provide a cultural arts program for all ages. So there was a real outcry from the community to keep the cultural arts in place. So we have kids, we just started a new youth program there where we had 44 kids in our last production. But we were completely closed by the governor, as performing arts venues were. So we were completely closed by the governor. And then when we were allowed to open, we opened at 50% capacity. But due to COVID, even at 50% capacity, getting 25% capacity back in safely was a huge challenge, because people were so skeptical and they were afraid, and COVID ran rampant. We cut our staff down to only 2 people, myself and one other girl. So all our staff, which was our, our marketing, our janitorial, everybody that we had, our directors, all the performing arts people that were involved, were basically let go for at least a year. Myself and the other girl, we ended up doing the financing and the cleaning, and so we took on a hat and did everything that needed to be done in the center. During that time, we tried to stay afloat, and if you look at my numbers, you'll see that we were at over $500,000 was our budget prior to COVID. After COVID, that dropped to like $250,000. So we were cut in half there, but our actual revenue from productions were like $264,000. Those were cut to $53,000. So our production income suffered greatly. During that time, we tried to say, okay, how can we stay afloat? We were not eligible for the PPP monies at that time because we are 1099 contractors and not employees. So we were not able to receive funding in that manner. So we took an old building that was probably the city, and I think some of the city officials are here today, would tell you was probably ready to be destroyed. We were lucky enough, partnering with the city and Lawrence Electric, to receive a grant from the city to do some renovations on that building. And then we partnered with a private individual, and we turned an old dilapidated building into what is now a preschool for 6 weeks to 4 years old with accredited kindergarten. So taking that building, we were finally able to produce some revenue from that, which helped us stay afloat. The governor did allow us to have rentals available. And so you can see in my budget that we got to work and we couldn't have shows, but we tried to find a way, and we did rentals on the facility that we have to be able to keep our doors open, basically. We do allow our theater to be rented, which has been a great success. We have dance studios, other performing arts, homeschool programs and stuff that want to show do their performances there. We allow them to come in, which is almost unheard of. We allow them to come in and rent our facility. And I know we have people from TC here, but like some of the people who had rented at Presbyterian before, we offer a much more affordable facility for them. And so that being said, we looked at every revenue we could to keep our doors open until performances could start back. When we took the center over in 2017, they had gone through some financial struggle, gone through some struggles with the center, and they were probably having about 50 people in per performance. Before COVID hit, so in those 2 years that we had before COVID, we were back at, our center holds 419, and we were back at probably 75 to 80% capacity. So we were averaging 350, 375 per performance. So we struggled really hard to build back. Well, when COVID hit, basically we went back to square one. So we had to start all over with, productions, with building a staff, with building our center and getting people back into the center. We just finished Willy Wonka, which is our first big major children's production that we have done. And we were able to have 44 kids in the cast. And we had like 12 performances, but we were able to finally, after struggling with COVID, we had 2,500 people see that performance. So we are coming back, but it has been very, very slow. And to do a performance at the center, it usually costs us between $25,000 and $40,000 to do an actual performance, because we put on a first-class production. We are talking with Prisma Health. One big thing during the pandemic and what we wanted to get back is our kids and our parents and everybody suffered socially, emotionally, being isolated at home, not being able to interact with other people. And so their mental health suffered greatly. And so that is one thing that we're partnering with Prisma Health to get that back, to not only look at kids' physical health and things like that, but their mental health. And I know I'm emphasizing children a lot, but we've put a lot of emphasis on since COVID. Our productions do include all ages. I think we've had a lady in there in her 80s. And we've seen some great people come through. We have a little 10-year-old girl that's been in our productions, and she actually made it to Broadway this year. And so she toured in a Broadway production. So we think it's very important that we teach our kids the social skills, the acting skills, singing, being able to get along with others, and just keep their good, only physical and mental health, and let them discover their talents. We had a child who ended up being our star of this last production we had never performed on stage before, never, in the 5th grade. And he went in and he absolutely stole the show. So we want to develop our community, develop our kids, develop our adults, and offer them a place to come and be able to interact and to learn. And that's basically is what we're all about. And I know we did ask for a large amount of money, but when we're talking about in proportion, I have indicated to you that in certain shows, productions would run between $25,000 and $40,000. And we might have some every now and then that might be a $15,000 show. But we have to purchase the rights to our shows. Like if we do a Disney Productions, our rights usually run $5,000 to $7,000 to $8,000 per show, just before we ever even buy a costume or pay a director or have the music or anything there. So So we're kind of, when we want to put on something really good, it costs us upfront, you know, to do that. And we want to be a vital part of the community. We have schools that come and do the production. Right now, we have Lead Academy that's doing the Lion King. Last week, we had RDOs that did Into the Woods. So we encourage outside schools to participate. We are very encouraged with Lawrence County because Lawrence County is growing so much. I'm from Lawrence County. I was actually born here in Lawrence, and but I've lived in Fountain Inn and Simpsonville most of my life. But we just see the growth around. It's booming at the seams around there, and we also want to partner with the different industry that's in the area. For instance, ZF Transmission. We're partnering with ZF Transmission this year to offer something to their families and their community and their kids that's family friendly. We're actually going to do a production called Elf Junior. And so ZF Transmission this year, they haven't been able to have a Christmas party in 2 years. So they're going to have their Christmas party there. We're going to host them, and anyone in their organization or in the plant, and you know, any of their employees and their kids will be there at that Christmas party, and they will be able to have a private showing of F Junior. So we want to reach out to other industries there and get them involved. We want to offer discounts. So we're an affordable theater. We aren't a theater where you've got to go pay, you know, $100 for a ticket or to see Frozen at $150. We offer anything from a $15 to a $25 ticket for most of our in-house productions. So we count heavily on the support of our city and our county and our community to raise funds for the theater. But we are excited to be back up and running. But like I said, we were closed completely for COVID, so we were directly hit hard, and it was probably a year and a half before we actually got our production back on stage after being closed.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments from the council member? All right, well, I greatly appreciate your presentation and you're taking your time to submit this application. We look forward to reviewing it further. Thank you very much. All right, next up, we have the Lawrence County Safe Home. We got an indirect and a direct and a partial for the last one. Okay, tiebreaker. Shut down. Partial. All right, Safe Home.
Hey, good evening. I'm Dawn Ardell. I'm the director of Lawrence County Safe Home. We put in a request for $200,000 for an expansion of our shelter facility. When COVID happened in March of 2020, it hit us directly. It affected how we deliver the shelter day in and day out, and how we're going to keep our victims safe here in Lawrence County. Not once during the pandemic did we shut down. We pivoted. We figured out how to make it work, how to make sure our clients were safe, and we were receiving direct services from our employees. During that whole time, we took advantage of things such as the PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program, and other grants that were available to us. We used those funds to integrate technology in our facility. We paid clients rents. We figured out how to make COVID a safer place for those affected by domestic violence. In July of 2020, we had a fire at the shelter, and everything changed drastically. Everything we had in place then became a new normal. We changed it, and within 2 hours of the fire, we were up and operational, serving victims right here in Lawrence County. Within 30 days, I rented a new facility, and we've been there ever since. That new facility has brought us a lot of challenges, and a lot of the funding that is listed on this application is directly paying for that facility. It is a rented facility, and the funding will expire in the end of October of this year, and will be totally on our shoulders of how to go forward. One thing this facility has shown us is that space allows for clients to heal better, and we can meet the needs of Lawrence County. We've sat here and we've talked all night about growth, how the county is expanding rapidly. Well, with expansion comes increased population. Increased population unfortunately brings more victims. 1 out of every 4 people that will be coming to Lawrence County could be a possible client of ours. So with that, we are looking to be ahead of the curve, not behind the curve. We're proposing to put an addition to our original shelter facility. After the fire, we were able to rebuild our facility back 100%, but it did not increase the square footage that we had. We did put in a full sprinkler system that was not required by county code, but we felt was necessary to make sure that everyone was safe going forward. We are proposing, I've already had blueprints drawn. I've met with multiple agencies to figure out how to make this project happen. And we do have multiple applications out there to assist with the funding. This project will cost us $600,000 to complete. Over 70% of our clients are from Lawrence County. I am only asking for 1/3 of the project to be funded by Lawrence County. We receive no direct county funding whatsoever, even though our name is Lawrence County Safe Home. Since 2008, since I've been the director, we have never received one ask. I've never put in one ask or received one bit of county money. Everything comes from the state level, and it's done through grant applications, which we are monitored positively consecutively since I've been the director of the program. We have served, you also should know, since the pandemic, we've served over 200 people in shelter. Okay, over 900 residents of Lawrence County have used our services out of shelter. They have never stepped foot in that facility, but through the offices that we have and positions that we fund, they're receiving direct services to help end the cycle of violence.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I mentioned this on the application earlier, and it's true for multiple on here. Services you provide to the citizens of this county are very vital, and we thank you for maintaining through the pandemic and continuing to provide those services. I think this is one of the easy asks on the list, but the question I do have, we are restricted, the funds are restricted on, they have to be spent by a certain date, which is they keep changing it.
Yeah.
Last it was end of 2026, I believe, so it's out there. The remaining funds for the building, you got on your 635, you're asking for 200. Do you have plans for the other portion?
Yes.
What is that?
I've already asked for, there's something called the Emergency Shelter Grant Program. They did an ESG CB COVID funding project, and we did receive funding on that. There is being a recapture done of funds that are not spent throughout the state. Okay, I've already submitted our blueprints to them because that project specifically lines up with what those funds are, is to space out people and prevent the spread of contagious diseases. So I've already asked for funding from there for that. I've received 3 or 4 mini grants. We've been named the Comeback Shelter of the Year by the National Domestic Violence Organization. We have received a ZF grant. We've received a Walmart Foundation grant. All those things are going into the payment for the architect, for all the permits that we're putting, and we already have a contractor lined up and in place for the thing. I've also received funding for fixtures within the building. As many people have stated throughout tonight, is a brick and mortar build is hard to find funding. They'll let you put in a toilet. They will not fund the plumbing that goes to it. So I have specific funding access, and I will say that Lawrence County has been extremely generous for us. When we had the fire, only $66,000 of the rebuild was covered by insurance because they considered only a third of the building damaged. So I was able to raise all the rest of the money with a $20 check here, a $100 check there. The citizens of Lawrence County realize the need for our services and how vital it is, and they come when they're called. We're doing an event next week. They are here donating to us and will continue to do so. We've also been in contact with our accountant and our board of directors, and if it is needed, we can take out a line of equity on the building that we do have to fund the rest of the project. So we do have multiple funding streams out there that we are trying to get fully grant funded before taking on any debt. Our agency does not carry any current long-term debt.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments from council members? Mr. Trevor?
Mr. Chairman, the Safe Home does an incredible job, and vetted by the United Way and our Rotary Club annually gives to that good mission, and I intend to have it on my file list.
I was gonna ask, did you see a rise in the number? I didn't hear you say that, but I did see the rest of the number that you serviced, but I didn't see if you said it was
There was a rise in cases.
in cases.
In shelter, we did not see a rise. Out of shelter, we did. Okay, people were scared to go to community living, and we still see that. A lot of people find safety in staying family or other avenues, and we support that. And they are still direct clients for us and see the same level of service as if they stepped in our shelter.
All right, are there any other questions or comments? Appreciate your presentation. We look forward to reviewing it further. All right, next up we have Thornwell. And while she comes to the mic, we will discuss the placement of safe home on the list. I believe that the space needed and the request would be a direct relationship to COVID. Is there any objection? All right, Thornwell.
So much for this opportunity to be here, and especially to my colleagues that are serving in nonprofits in Lawrence. It's just really an honor to be among this entire group and hear the good work that's being done. Thornwell's request today is really in the spirit of ARPA. We showcase our numbers for the direct losses that we only to Lawrence County. We are a 3-state footprint nonprofit. Our home base is in Clinton on South Broad Street, and for 147 years, we've served children and families that are either at risk of foster care or who are currently experiencing that. And to give, it's such a big organization, and synthesize that just a little bit, we do that in a variety of ways, but the most succinct way to tell it really is that most of you are probably very familiar with our legacy program, the residential campus, where we have children that are coming from either Department of Social Services, Department of Juvenile Justice, or private placement. Those children are coming to us because they are either neglected or abused and have undergone severe trauma. And so that's one of our main focal points, right, is to serve those children who come to us every year from across the state of South Carolina. We also work to license families because we can't take all the families that need us, right? There's unfortunately a bigger need than we can serve just on the local campus in Clinton. We also work in the prevention space. We aim to help families that are at risk of destabilizing and make sure that we can come in with mental health supports, crisis support, a number of different levels of care programs that they can be a part of for short term or for a long term. Some of those go for 18 and 24 months. So prevention, care while a child or family needs us. And then we also have our Child Development Center serving, which also part of our application mentions county funds. Those were actually put in our controller as First Steps county funds. So I think there might have been some confusion that we recognize that's not coming from this council or the county of Lawrence, but coming from that, agency First Steps for Lawrence County. And I can address if you have questions on the decline of that funding as well. But the Child Development Center does serve children who are coming from First Steps or get First Step scholarships, if you will. So infant to age 3. And then between 3 and 4, the community supports that group of children as they transition into early Head Start. So we're really aiming to help underserved families in need of childcare. And so that's probably the best way I can focus in and zero in on some of the most compelling cases that we have for support from the council today. The dollars that you see there are the ones that are direct costs that came for Lawrence County Services only. During the initial shutdown from COVID, the campus had to close. We still admitted children that were in DSS care and needed a place to go. Lots of foster families were not accepting children at that time, And so we just kept admitting more and more children into the residential program, kept having to hire staff to make sure that we maintained that level of service. And I think everybody here can recognize, especially from the woman that just spoke, not everybody wants to go into a facility with a lot of people. In our cottages, our family style, we have 8 to 10 children maximum in those cottages, but you can imagine the compounding stress that comes when new people have to come in. And these children have already endured a lot of trauma. And so you come in the middle of a pandemic to a place that you don't know anywhere, anyone there, that you're met with love and every service that you might need, from medical care, mental health support, spiritual development, just people that are going to love you and make sure that you can get your homework done, or if you've got to go to virtual school, that they're going to take care of that. And that's also a piece that's really important to Thornwell, as well as educational support. And you'll see that in the application as well, for tutoring services. Majority of children that come into foster care are already several grade levels behind. So we work to remediate that, whether that child's with us for 3 days or 300 days. So that's very important to us as well. So like I said, our grant request, really in the spirit of ARPA, we talked about what the deficits were that came through the funding, that we either deferred things that we just could not accomplish based on lockdowns or shutdowns or quarantines. But the bigger picture really is that overall, the $240,000 covers that. There's more significant losses of over $1 million a year in fundraising efforts due to being able to be in person, grant funding, pivoting from, possibly foster care to now medical PPE needs that, we were doing in a much smaller scale than what was needed required at a hospital level or something like that. So I think what I'd really like you to hear today is that the funding usage, if we were funded, really does go to those programs that we listed: direct services to Lawrence County residents. That equates to about 29% of the folks that we serve every year. Right now, that number is about 2,100 annually, down from almost 3,000 pre-COVID. We know that, just like some of my colleagues here have mentioned, there are cases that are not being reported. There are children who have not been in school for a year or two and have not been seen by a teacher that can report that they're experiencing any kind of abuse or neglect. So the funding that you see here is, kind of outlined in the usage. The fleet vehicle, things like getting children to and from school, to and from doctor's appointments, tutoring needs. We have wait lists in both our child development center, shutdowns from child care centers. There's always a wait list in child care, but it's a little more expensive now. And also we have a wait list in our residential program right now. We'd love to be able to serve those who need us, and now stop talking. Let you ask any questions that you have.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from any council members?
So any amount that you're funded would go right to work. There's not a specific amount that would prevent you from doing anything. This all goes direct.
That's correct. And I believe 19% of our operations are administrative costs, but that usually is all covered through drawdowns from endowment. So every new funding dollar that we receive is directly to direct care and direct services. And also to that effect, Thornwell is also rated as a 4-star Charity Navigator charity. And we've been incredibly vetted by the folks that do all of those things. And then also just noteworthy, for any investment you might make, longitudinal studies say that for every dollar invested in foster care, there's a $17 return. So if you were to fund us at the full $240,000 level, the economic savings to Lawrence County is probably around $4 million.
Are there any other questions or comments?
Appreciate all you guys do. I enjoyed being there a few weeks ago for the child abuse prevention breakfast. So appreciate y'all being here tonight.
Thank you. It's good to have people on campus again.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation, and we look forward to delving into it further.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, next up, we have American Legion Post 25. I will say, those who have presented, if you need to leave, you will not hurt any of our feelings or be judged if you need to slide out. So we know that we all have busy lives and schedules, and like I said, appreciate your neighbors will sit there and listen to yours, so the more you listen to, the better in support, but overall, we definitely understand, so our feelings won't be hurt. All right.
Good evening. I'm Jim Peterson. I'm commander of American Legion Post 25 here in Lawrence County. Kevin Farnsworth is the vice commander of the post. The American Legion was founded back in 1919 and Post 25 has been active here in Lawrence since that first year. Like any organization, the unit has to have a mission to grow, to thrive. Our mission is to be a force for good in the community. And over the past several years, we've put over $50,000 into the community and charity giving, and measurable as far as labor and work, volunteer. We have no overhead. We are a 100% volunteer organization made up of veterans and families of veterans. We have no overhead. Nobody gets paid. Our ask tonight is $250,000. And why? That's good. And the intent of that is to go directly to a building fund. Why do we need a building? In order to have a growing and thriving organization, as far as the Legion Post, we need a post home. We've been working towards this for a number of years. The past years, back in 1919, there was a Legion Post here in Lawrence, but as people get older, die off and forget their mission, that building was eventually sold back in the late 70s, I believe. We're looking to get back into a post home, and that's our direct push is for our building fund. The question is, do we have what portion of it do we need? We will apply all of it. We'll be raising more than that. During COVID, we didn't raise any. We shut down. We did not meet. We did not have the ability to work towards it. Our building programs. We did, however, maintain our charity programs. We have a charity funding, charity spend plan, and we met the obligations that we had laid out and things that we wanted to do in the community during the COVID times, COVID months. We did in fact meet. Didn't do much as far as our building program. So that's our ask tonight is to go forward on the contributing with the building program. A place to meet gives veterans a place to gather. The veterans took some tough hits. We watched the news during COVID. Having a place to be, a place to have family. Veterans have unique backgrounds, if you will, and unique shared experiences that sometimes get taken care of just by association with other veterans. So anyway, that's any questions from the county or Kevin, anything about that?
We were greatly impacted. We were raising lots of money for our building, but like you said, we shut down and we still kept our obligations to our charities. Like you said, that's what we did.
Any questions?
Absolutely. Well, first few comments. First, I appreciate what y'all do. First off, for your service for this country, but two, for this community. I think your colleague's got a twin because he's everywhere. There's no way one man can be in all the places he is. So I appreciate in the Lawrence community and the county in general, all the running around and support for y'all support our sheriff's department during Christmas heavily, as well as the cities and others. And y'all constantly giving back to the community. So for that, I thank you. As far as your request, biggest thing is, and I know y'all requested before, there's always a question of where. Look at multiple county areas that might suit your needs. But I have one question. That was they did not submit an application. However, one of the other American Legion posts in the county expressed the need for a facility also. Is there any interest whatsoever, or would there be a possibility, and maybe if the county invested into building for veterans outside of our current one, but a true meeting space for veterans. Is there an interest in sharing that space, or would it be possible to have some buy-in from each of the entities? Because I know y'all been raising money for a building, you want ownership in that building. This is extremely hypothetical, but say the county's able to locate an area and look at the building, and then maybe your Legion supplied the kitchen cost, and then another Legion supplied the office space. Is there interest in doing that, or how do you?
Certainly glad to talk to any post. Which post are you referring to?
I'll be honest, I don't know their number. They're on Silver Street, you know, their post number. What? No, it's Lawrence.
Sure.
I can't remember the post number. They're Lawrence City. I know you're talking
Yeah,
about.
two of them, that's the.
Is that
I apologize. Sure. We would, the American Legion is open to anybody that has that's took the oath, has 1 day service and an honorable discharge. You are eligible for American Legion. VFW requires service in foreign war. DAVs have got their own requirements, but we're open to everybody. We would love to be involved with any other veterans organization that is in town here. We have reached out to so.
All right, fantastic. I think that could be we could see something to be more. So the next question would be, should we not go down that path and we go to a specific allocation just to post 25, 250,000, and y'all been raising money? Where are you at on your total? Because like I mentioned previously, we do have a timeline that we're required to meet on these particular funds.
We're set up as far as how would I say it, phased approach to this, where we can start immediately as far as the slot of the pavilion. But as we go forward on this, we're building this in such a way that we can continue to add on to it, to continue to grow the building, doing nothing with any phase that would preclude growth or adding on to it or enclosing part of it or adding other facilities to it.
So you'd be able to expend the funds in the time period allotted, whether or not it completed the entire building, you'd be able to complete it.
Sure.
And this place is just not for veterans. We're considering, the community, kids, stuff like that, having events there that helps.
Well, I think too, as far as veterans go, I think COVID highlighted more than it was already highlighted the needs of the veterans for mental health more than anything. And having a facility that was large enough to social distance, so on and so forth, I think would be vital in the future should we experience another one of these crazy pandemics.
Just for one of the work, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here for a long time in this community.
You've been here a long time. We appreciate that. All you give.
What's your membership number?
Membership right now is within post 25 is 114. And we are actually we've been the fastest growing and most active post in South Carolina last year.
All right. Any other questions?
No questions, but I do want to thank you guys for all you do. Definitely one of the most, if not the most involved nonprofit organizations in the entire county. And I have you guys down my list, like David Tribble has his list, you're on my list, so.
Appreciate that. Like I said, our mantra, our theme has been be a force for good in the community. That giving that as a goal draws us as veterans together. It gives the former military mind a mission. That's important to support mental health, and it's just a way. It's just fun. I've got more fun people. You're trying to look for access to the lake. I live on the lake. I may swap you for a place in Florence.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much.
I'll have to be ready in the morning.
I didn't become a better record.
All right. Next up, Orange County Memorial. And as they come up, we'll discuss the placement of the take recommendations from my fellow county council.
On this one, is there, what is the fundraising?
They don't don't have, they're not gonna have a bill.
No, right, I'm saying that's what it's there, but.
Marshall. All right, Orange County Normal, Mr. Adair.
Mr. Chairman, council, I appreciate your opportunity to be here. Mr. Jacks was supposed to do this, and he had a prior commitment, so I'm a full substitute for him, so I'm here to make a plea for him. I've listened to some of these organizations that very worthy causes, and I think we're the oldest one. We started in 1859, and about 8 months ago, we were within one pay period and close the doors. Got that close. We made a plea to the people in the county. They came to our aid, and now we're back operating. There's things that we had to neglect. We're able to we're able to get our census back up, and we maintain our employees at the level that we need to do to maintain our license. Our expenses have just gone up like anybody else. Our insurance costs have gone up. All the things that we have to do to provide the care for these people is just increasing. We're desperate, but we're got our heads above water right now. Thanks to the people of Lawrence County that came to our aid, we thought we were going to have to close the doors. We made a plea, and so many people came from all around, civic organizations, general public, some of our board members. We contributed what we could to keep it going. Right now, we are on solid ground, and we make payroll for a couple months anyway. I'll try to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, first off, thank you for sending your application. As I mentioned, several of these, this is one of the most worthy causes in this county. The service that you provide to we talk about the children, we talk about middle age, or the vulnerable school age kids, we talked about the adult women in safe home, and now you're filling a need on the aged. And there's a place for all of y'all in this community, and the need and the service that you provide is greatly appreciated, especially for the time that you've been doing it. I'm personally familiar with the Memorial Home and had the opportunity to talk with you and some of your board members about your needs and your facility and what you have going on. So I have no direct question, but just to say that your ask is very reasonable, and it would fix some problems that COVID caused, and hopefully put you back on the right track to continue to serve the citizens and the most vulnerable people of our community. Are there any other questions or comments from any county council members?
Our Rotary Club's been involved with Memorial Home for as long as I've been a member of that club, and you know, that goes back decades actually, and that been familiar with its needs and all that kind of stuff, and it's going to be on my file.
Likewise. I was privileged to kind of tour the facilities a few months ago. I was really excited to get in touch with Mary Dunmore. She's here tonight. I don't know if she is, but the work you guys are doing there is phenomenal. Can you tell me, by any chance, how many veterans you have staying there right now?
I don't know.
I know there are quite a few.
5. I know it's true.
Yeah.
Our census is back up to about 31, but we have 4 or 5 about all of it.
Give it back as 31, because I think when I last talked to someone, it had got down to 20 out there. So I'm glad y'all moving up, but I'm hoping that, you know, we can find some way to keep some money out there. Thank you so much.
We have 6 veterans out there. 6? Okay. The DFW people say we got 6. They keep up. Matter of fact, I was thinking them, they just told me they're coming this weekend to landscape reports, so.
Awesome.
That's something we don't have to pay.
All right, if there are no other questions, well, thank you again for taking the time to submit the application, and we look forward to viewing the program.
Thank you so much.
Sure. All right, right, next up, the Lawrence County Museum.
Good evening, I'm Laura Clifford, and the museum thanks you for the opportunity to speak tonight. As you are probably well aware, the museum has changed in its mission, its size, its location, and its role in the community in the last 22 months, and it has changed significantly. 2 months before I was hired, the museum had actually hired a fundraiser, professional fundraiser, knowing that the changes that were going to happen at the museum would require considerable financial support that was not needed when we had our smaller facility on West Lawrence Street. And COVID hit, and he left because the museum couldn't support his salary when he wasn't able to go out and do what he was hired to do. So COVID hurt us very much in that way. It also hurt us in the fact that we could not do any fundraising. I think we had one major fundraiser since COVID started, and that was our New Year's Eve gala. And normally we would have several throughout the year, and that just didn't happen. We continued with pursuing multiple grants, and membership actually went up during COVID, which really speaks to how much the community supports the museum. So it really has affected us. And then after our opening, the museum director got COVID. So it kind of ran through the building. All of our personnel was sick too. So we've really borne the brunt of that. I do want to make the point tonight that museums are not just about exhibits. And in fact, most museums now that do well are not really focused on exhibits. They are focused on programming. And it is programming that brings the community into the museum, that connects the community to the museum, and allows us to go out into the community. So one of the things that we talked about when we moved the museum was that it wasn't just a matter of redesigning and moving our exhibits. We did that. We brought it up to a level where we should be able to pursue national accreditation, but there are a lot of other pieces to that, and programming is going to be a huge part of that. We tried to continue programming as much as we could during the pandemic. We continued with curriculum development with the school district. I've had 2 interns, one each fall, one from Lawrence County High School and one from Clinton High School. This year, we are partnering with the Boy Scouts to do their archaeology merit badge. We are partnering with Rosemont, the Rosemont Society, to do a permanent exhibit with them. We are involved with the Revolutionary War Trail. And interestingly enough, Wofford and the Department of Natural Resources have both been to our archaeology lab in the last month. So we're reaching out, and we're reaching out beyond just Lawrence County and bringing people in. We have also gotten a really important grant and Smithsonian exhibit through the South Carolina Humanities Council. The Smithsonian exhibit is a national exhibit. I got my first peek at it last week. It is amazing. And I'm so excited for the programming that's coming with that, and for as many people to come in as we can get. But the programming with that is also what is going to sustain that. Things that are interesting to young people to come in and look at. The fact that we're doing a Lawrence County exhibit to go with the national exhibit. That's all just really, really important. And it is the opinion of myself and the board that the museum is here for all of the community, and that we don't charge admission. So everything that we bring, Smithsonian exhibit, is free to the community, and we would like to keep it that way. But in order to do that, we have to pursue support elsewhere. So we do get some funding from the county, which we greatly appreciate, and from the city as well, plus pursuing grants. But what has happened that is so significant with our own finances is that we have gone from an all-volunteer organization to an organization run by professionals, and we have incurred 1 full-time salary and 2 part-time salaries. So actually, it's more like 2 full-time. Phil Adair, who was our facilities manager, who treated that like a job, passed away in December, and that has left a huge hole. He did so much over there, and so we have to look at replacing that too. I can't be everywhere at once. So salaries has gone from 0 to $107,000 a year. So that is one way to kind of parse this out if you need to. And then the other piece is that in order to really develop the programming that we need and that we hope, that really should run in the range of this size museum, $125,000 a year. And I think we asked for 90 in this grant proposal. pretty much it in a nutshell. Are there any questions?
Right. Well, first off, thank you for all that y'all do. I get to visit Halton. I've loved your new exhibits. It's really great to see it go from 2x4s with no sheetrock to full exhibits. It's been a pleasure to watch that transformation. Questions I have, one, we mentioned a few times, the purpose of these grants in general were to address COVID-related ARPA requests. Let's pretend it's a perfect world and COVID had never happened. Do you have an estimate on what your grant revenue may have been to cover some of these costs that you're looking at?
The grant, we actually have several revenue streams. So grants are one, but so are private donations and memberships. So our membership continued to grow last year, and I think we came in at about $20,000 with that last year. If we had been able to do a capital campaign and normal fundraising, I would have hoped that that would have been in the range of $200,000, and that didn't happen at all. The grants that we have pursued so far have been project related and fairly small. So the Valley Foundation, the Bailey Foundation, they've been extremely generous, but they've been related to certain programs like our oral history program, buying tape recorders so that we can continue with that, that kind of thing. So I wouldn't consider grants to be a huge source for any museum at this point. It's usually private funding that keeps museums and programming going.
So we talked about this before, this even the sustainability side, and I'll just be completely transparent. When I read things like if we didn't have a cushion from the HARP fund, we'd already be closing. It scares me to talk about these kind of funds because while I know they would be used appropriately and used well, I don't want you to have to come back in 24 more months and say, hey, we're going to close again, we don't have money. So what's the sustainability program? That's what I was asking about where would funding have been had we not had COVID?
So we hope to get someone involved with the museum that can do the professional fundraising with us. We already have developed a strategic plan for doing that on our own, but we want to run that through somebody who does do that professionally. Museum manager and archaeologist, and I've done some fundraising successfully, but not for an organization like this one. So
but you have a plan, is what I.
We have a plan, yeah. We've been talking about it for the last 2 months. And I will say that the harbor funds, which I brought up in there too, was $1 million that was given to the museum to get that facility open. It took 10 years and an awful lot of money. That museum was in very bad shape. That building, had a water feature, water problem. So it really did take a long time. We have about $300,000 left in harbor funds, but that was not donated to the museum for the purposes of operation. That was donated for physical costs in the building, and we have not even touched our educational space in the basement or our curation space in the Dominic building. So we have had that as a cushion, thank goodness, or I do believe it is that higher, that we would not have been able to open in January.
Yeah, I'm sorry. One of the things that was affected too was renting the Magnolia Room out. And we're still just getting back with that. And that is last year we brought in about 30,000 with that, and we anticipate that to be much more. So we've got that, that stream there.
So we're trying to diversify our revenue sources. I never anticipate grant funding to be a large.
So that's what I wanted to hear is that y'all do have plans and y'all are working on a sustainability program, and that's I think Magnolia Room, I was blessed. That's where I was my wedding reception. And it's a beautiful space, and I've been to multiple others, and they all look different. So it's really that you have a beautiful space that can be changed and presented for what the folks want to use it for.
And that beautiful place doesn't just earn money for us either, because we offer that beautiful place for free for certain organizations that contribute to the community, the Genealogical Society, the Garden Society, the Rosemont Society. They are all able to use that space free of charge. Where we do charge money is at weddings and receptions and things like that that come in for on a profit type basis, but it's there for the community. And as much as we can, we don't charge for things, but we still pay for it.
All right.
All right, is Debbie Vaughn asking for this?
What's that?
Debbie Vaughn asking for this.
Yes, please.
You had me at Debbie.
Are there any other?
This will make my final list.
Are there any other questions or comments from other county council?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right. Next. 90 Way. And we will determine the category as she was. Good evening, how are you?
Good evening, good, how are you?
Wonderful, thanks for being with us tonight.
I'm Alicia Carter, Executive Director. And United Way was definitely directly affected from COVID because most of the funds that we get are from our workplace campaign. And due to COVID, our donations was extremely down. But we still had to run because although our donations were down, we weren't getting as much money, the need was increased. But fortunately, because of some grants, we were able to still function and still fund the other nonprofits in the county that we currently fund. But now it's coming up to a new funding period and donations are still down, actually even more, because when COVID first started, there was a lot of grants and assistance that the residents could get through the government. But now a lot of that has went away, but they still are in need. So we're getting even more need, more requests.
That's fantastic. I want to first of all thank you for all you do for this community. You do so much. I'm gonna have to ask some questions because I don't know what all you. You did a great job breaking down the categories here on page 7 for us as to kind of where everything is going. On the agency application, I'm assuming that's the where you reference supporting the nonprofits. Do you mind a quick list of running through
Not the ones that we're doing now.
Yeah, there's a few in the room, so yeah.
We do Clinton and Lawrence Y, the Safe Home, United Ministry. We fund all 3 of their programs. Safe Home, we fund their 2 programs that they run. Beyond Abuse. We also do the Cancer Association, Agency on Aging, South SC Empowerment. We fund 2 of their programs. There's 9. I don't know if I listed them all.
As we go through this, I fully expect several of those you just listed to get funded from the county as well. Will that change your planned allocation to them? Would you say, for example, Beyond the Aging, when it didn't apply, would you take, say we funded one of these others fully, would you take some of the money you might have thought to give to the Safe Home and reallocate that to that aging, Beyond Aging?
Well, I did actually think about that. And I thought that possibly we would decrease some of their funding if another agency didn't get funded that needed it more, just depending, I guess, on the amount that the county funded them, because all of the agencies that we currently fund, they need more funding from us. So I'm not sure. We would just have to.
Yeah, I'm sure every dollar would be more, that was just a question I had. And then the personnel, which I know we're wrapping up and you're doing all you're doing. What are your plans past the grant funding to continue to pay those salaries, or would these be temporary positions? Or what's your plan on those there?
I would hope that it would work into being able to keep them. What I'm hoping is that we will be able to apply for additional grants. We do not have a grant writer. So there's 2 full-time employees right now and a part-time employee. And the 2 full-time employees are the ones that currently are writing the grants. And it is very, very time consuming. So if we would have more time to search out additional grants to write, then a lot of those grants will provide personnel to be written into that grant to where we would be able to actually pay someone to help run whatever program it is that we're applying for.
Okay. All right, I think that answers my questions. Are there any other questions or comments from other council members? We appreciate all you do, and once again, you support some of the worthy organizations that are even here tonight, and we thank you for doing that on a regular basis. And we look forward to exploring this further. Thank you. All right. Next up, is the 8th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of council, I do feel a bit out of place here in this meeting tonight. The reason for that is, although many of these nonprofits do fantastic work, as y'all have pointed out, in fact, Beyond Abuse, Dawn and the Safe Home provide every child that they service as domestic violence victim that comes through the Safe Home is served by them. They come to my office to make sure that I provide the core function of government to make sure that the person that abused them is brought to justice. And I can get on my soapbox. Y'all hear the preach. But here's the bottom line. There is no place where COVID took a bigger wrecking ball than to the criminal justice system. Period. Because Sheriff Reynolds and his guys and our municipal police departments, I promise you they continue to enforce the law and make arrests and charge people during this COVID period. And at that same time, our Supreme Court shut down jury trials in my courtrooms for almost 18 months. Now, we had a couple of periods where they opened back up. In fact, my office tried the first jury trial after the shutdowns. We tried a murder case, murder here in Lawrence County. It was the first one done all anywhere in the state. So we were very proud of that. But a couple of months after that, it was shut down again. The next barrier. Just to put it in perspective, we just ticked up over 5,000 pending cases on our docket here in Lawrence County. Put that in perspective. January of 2020, before the pandemic and the court shutdowns, we had 6,950 cases for the entire 8th Circuit. So we had under 7,000 cases, and that was as low as our docket had been years in the circuit. And it took us years to whittle that down, more cases, a little bit at a time. After the COVID shutdowns, now we have almost 5,000 just in Lawrence, and that's over double what we were in January of 2020. And I have less staff to prosecute those cases. And why we have less staff? Well, because when courts shut down, guess what else didn't come in? Court fines, court fees didn't come into the state treasury, which go back out to law enforcement agencies and prosecutors. So we lost staff, and we had less staff after the pandemic to handle twice the number of cases. And it's going to take us years to climb out of that hole. But honestly, the one thing that can help us climb out of that hole more quickly, and just to be clear, tonight's request is not to take the place of my regular budget request that will come to this body in the next, I guess, couple of months. Folks, we're way behind. We were way behind before COVID started, but now that we have double the cases to prosecute and less staff, the only way I'm going to fix that is resources. That's it. My guys are working very hard. They're getting cases to court. I'm working cases myself. Tomorrow morning, I'm in our courtroom over here prosecuting the guy that killed the 20-year-old firefighter in Clinton. I'm handling that case myself. I'm meeting with his mother, who's the mother of the deceased, wonderful 20-year-old man in the morning. Meeting with them for the 3rd time, and we're going to go to court, and that guy's pleading guilty. So I'm working these cases just as hard as my staff is. But the only way we're going to really attack this, what our ask is here, is for me to hire an experienced attorney to be a prosecutor. And I've actually had a couple approach me recently, and I don't have the money to hire them. Point don't work in our circuit that are very experienced lawyers. For a $70,000 a year position. What we're asking for is a grant position, essentially a chunk of money that we would spend over the next 3 years. And when I hire this person, we would be telling them this is a 3-year position. I can't guarantee a job after that. It's kind of like a grant job. And this is federal money, so I think it's appropriate. In fact, just to make sure y'all are clear on this, the Treasury Department, and I did some research on this. Look at treasury.gov, the website, and frequently asked questions portion of 2.19. This is the one number I printed these out. This involves the money we're talking about tonight. And it says during the COVID-19 public health emergency, many courts were unable to operate safely during the pandemic. And as a result, now face significant backlogs. Court backlogs resulting from inability of courts to safely operate during COVID-19 decreased the government's ability to administer services. Therefore, steps to reduce these backlogs, such as implementing COVID-19 safety measures, hiring additional court staff or attorneys to increase the speed of case resolution, and other expenses to expedite case resolution are eligible uses. And they're referring to this money we're talking about tonight. There's not a more core function of government, and I think most of y'all on council would agree with me, to keep our citizens safe. Keeping them safe so they can sleep safely in their beds at night. And I don't know of any more. And there again, this is not to diminish anybody who has come before this council tonight, because they do wonderful work, these nonprofits in our community to serve our citizens. But just like if Sheriff Reynolds' office closed down tomorrow, if Solicitor Stumbo's office closed down tomorrow, this county would implode on itself. And I can tell you the tsunami of cases that are hitting us now because of this COVID pandemic are about to put us underwater. The only way we can get these cases to court and serve these kids that have been sexually abused and these family members who had sons and uncles killed from gun violence. The only way we're going to address that is people. The only way I can do that is if bodies like the Lawrence County Council funds. So if the ARPA funds, if this body does find that it's an appropriate use, and I think under the Treasury website is crystal clear that it is appropriate to use them for this type of personnel, great. But I think this one position would help us tremendously, especially if I can hire an experienced lawyer who already knows what they're doing. If it's less money, that's the going rate right now. That's at minimum to hire an experienced attorney, $7,000. If it's less than that, or if it's a partial, and if that's a question that might be asked, I need to be able to at least tell somebody, look, if I'm hiring you, I need 3 years is a kind of a good going. It'd be tough for me to hire for somebody for a year. So that's why we're going with the 3-year period. Just to let you know, Greenwood City has funded the same request that we're asking this council tonight. They funded it in December. Greenwood County funded the same request I'm asking this council of tonight in November. And I have hired 2 lawyers in Greenwood under those for 3 years. In fact, I was in the courtroom in Greenwood today, and they're already working. We're going forward in Greenwood just in the last couple of months on our docket because of these additional hires. Right now, as we stand in Lawrence, we're going backwards. And the only way we can address that is with people. So I beg this council, not only as we're going forward with the ARPA funding, but as we discuss in later meetings, recurring funding, funding our office. Because if we don't, citizens of this county are going to suffer. The ones that are victims of crime, by no fault of their own, will suffer. And I wish that Sheriff Reynolds standing up here with me tonight, because we've talked a lot about this. He knows how long it takes cases to get to court that his investigators are making every day. And he knows that we're working as hard as we can to get them there, but we need more people. So that is our request. I'm sorry for being on my soapbox for 6 or 7 minutes, but I do believe this is a very important ask. I think it very squarely fits within what the ARPA funds were designed to do directly from these COVID backlogs and forth in our criminal justice system. And I'm hoping that the county is able to fund this position, and then we can talk further about recurring dollars in the future to really help fund our criminal justice efforts.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
First off, thank you for you and your office. We recognize what your office does. You mentioned Sheriff Reynolds, there's the next sheriff in the room tonight, and they can lock them up and the rest of them all day long, but if your office doesn't prosecute them and charge them for the crimes they committed, they're back out on the street doing the same thing over and over again. So we recognize the importance. I think that's the same last year in the budget cycle, we were able to drastically increase your request or grant your request that was drastically increased because it was well overdue. And I recognize we're probably still behind the 8 ball and need to catch up some more. We do recognize that fact. One thing I want to say about this ask, the county received a large pot of money. And what the $2.5 million we're discussing here tonight is a small portion of that. Now I'm 1 of 7 votes, but what I would charge council with is let's not deter from nonprofits this $2.5 million that we allocated be taken away. This money be taken out of them for a quasi-government agency that's operating in the county, and that we look at the additional COVID monies that we have, which is much greater than the $2.5 million we're looking at for nonprofits, and we fund this request. I think we need to think outside the box and leave this request portion for community nonprofits, unless because you're definitely right with the items you quoted. This is definitely a COVID ARPA expenditure all day long, black and white. But I'd like to see us consider this out of a different pot of money than the $2.5 million we're doing this evening, because it is needed. So my question directly on the ask is, if you hire that one prosecutor, we're at 5,000 cases right now. Obviously, more keep coming in, but at what additional rate will that draw down having additional staff?
I have 5 current prosecutors in Lawrence County. Okay, one of them has a caseload to vary as well, so really 4.5. I did case reviews with my guys 2 weeks ago. Most of them have 800 to 1,000 cases on their docket fees. That's about 8 to 10 times the national average, which is so. If I bring in an experienced prosecutor who knows how to do anything from a murder to a drug trafficking case to a community audit, my intention would be to take 150 cases on each of those 5 lawyers' dockets. So take 150 apiece times 5, that's 750 cases. Give that attorney that case, and that would diminish there again. That would reduce the caseload, where they can the new attorney can attack those 750 cases. So if over 3 years that attorney can handle and move 750 to 1,000 cases, that would significantly drop over that 3-year period. We would give them cases that are old because we were shut down here in 2020 and a lot of 2020.
That's another hard question.
Yep.
What other aspects of the spectrum would we also need to fund, probably in an equal manner, to ensure you can get the court? Because if we're funding you at that, but we're not funding the clerk of court or the public defender or another agency, it might not help you get to court any faster. Is there another? Yes, sir. Well, let me rephrase my question.
Okay.
If I
I
give
really
you-
think there's another resolution that can be done.
Okay, well, let me ask my question.
Let's put it on the table.
If we fund you this money, is there another roadblock that could prevent you from being able to accomplish what you're saying you can accomplish?
Well, the only way you can really get cases moved is have a set of eyeballs. I mean, if I have somebody who's actually looking at the case, talking to the law enforcement officer who made it, talking to the victims, meeting with them, then talking to the attorney. Here's one thing about the public defender's office. I am absolutely in favor of supporting our public defender because they have large caseloads too. But the public defender generally handles about half the docket. So the other half's handled by attorneys, private attorneys. We have attorneys from Greenville coming down handling defendants here. We have attorneys from Greenwood. So essentially, there is somewhat of a roadblock, but right now the state funds the indigent defense department greater than they fund the solicitors. I can show you the numbers.
I believe it. I think what's-
So I guess what I'm saying is, I do believe that we need more public defenders, but here's the thing. If you have a solicitor looking at a case, there's a lot of times when the public defender may not even touch it, and the clerk of court might not even touch it. That case is not going to move until the prosecutor looks at it, makes decisions. Is it going to be a pretrial intervention case? Is it going to go to drug court? Is it going to be a trial? Or can we plead it out?
All right, you answered my question. My main
So-
concern was if we funded it,
Yeah.
and then there were these other aspects that weren't doing their job,
Right.
it would defeat the whole purpose of funding. That's, you answered my question in a positive manner.
It would, and I think we need that first set of eyes to look at it before anybody else gets it. But at the end of the day, we had plenty of court time, Mr. Chairman. Chief Justice asked me that in Columbia a month ago. We had plenty of court time. We need more people to look at the cases, get them there. That makes sense. In fact, my guys are telling me, look, we're getting tapped out, we don't have enough time. We're in court so much, we don't have enough people to come to court. They don't have enough time to review the new cases that come in. So we're kind of the call. I mean, if law enforcement's making the arrest, it's kind of trying to like put a bowling ball through a court. It's difficult, it's all gonna, unless you expand the garden hose and allow them to pass through. That's kind of what's going on. And law enforcement's doing a great job. I want to tell you all, we have a great sheriff's office, we have great city police departments in Watkins and in the city of Clinton. They're making great cases. And I'm working with them daily trying to get them through court. But I think even all of them, you talk with the law enforcement officers, they recognize the resource problem that we've got. So we can take some steps to address that. One of the things I asked Greenwood County city was, look, I'm asking for this 3-year position that allows the federal government to kind of pick up the tab on this position to address the COVID part of it. We have a greater need long term to fund that position. So with Greenwood City and Greenwood County, I've already let them know I'm going to come back and ask for that position after 3 years to be picked up. And the county and the city may at that time may be able to do it, they may not. At least it'll give us the opportunity to get further.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments from the other council?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I really believe there's another resolution,
Yes.
case resolution that can be done.
Yes, ma'am.
If you see the color of my hair on my head, I've been here several times and I've heard the spiel several times about so many being blocked, so many cases on the docket, so much of this and so much of that. And I realize that has been a pandemic, and I know there's a result from the pandemic. But I think some of it we can blame on it, but all of it we cannot. And and when you made the request, you just said personnel, so now you're saying just one attorney over a 3-year period, that's what your
One
request.
experienced prosecutor. That's
Okay,
exactly
so
right.
I'm gonna let it drop at that, but I really believe there's other kind of case resolution that can be done. Anybody who want to plead guilty can do these virtual things in no time at all and be put in prison or left out of jail, whichever case that might be. But I believe there's other resolutions, other than a backlog and having people to bring that.
Yes, ma'am. We put many of them in PTI every day. But I have to have a lawyer to look at the case before it goes anywhere. It's not going to get pled, it's not going to go to PTI, it's not going to go to trial, it's not going to get dismissed. If we dismiss a lot of cases if the evidence is not there.
Well,
But it goes nowhere until I put an attorney on it.
I appreciate everything you can do to bring the backlog down. And we're gonna try to see what we can do
Yes, ma'am.
to help you out.
Yes, ma'am. If we can get some attorneys. Just put this in perspective in response to that. There are over 40 local prosecutors in Greenville County right now handling their docket 9-5. And one of the reasons is the county of Greenville has always funded the solicitor bonds. And in the pandemic stage, they got behind too. They had 8 times the number of lawyers not doing Greenville and handle that backlog. And that makes a difference in terms of how quickly you can call.
All right, thank you for coming.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate you submitting. And like I said, whether or not we address it in the nonprofit portion of this section, I'm committed that we at least address it and discuss it again, maybe at another point.
And I'd be glad to come back. I mean, obviously, we're going to be coming back to press council in regular budget time. But if there's another portion of our money that you don't like the presentation, so I'll be glad to come back.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I appreciate everybody's patience. I know we're getting late into the night. We're getting close to the end. Next up is Orange County School District 55.
I'm not quite say good morning. It's not 12 o'clock yet. It's getting close. But I'm Jody Penman, Assistant Superintendent for Student Services for Orange 55. We did submit a grant, but just kind of a little bit of background. With a district poverty rating of 75.2%, that puts 4,093 of our students that are living in a situation where poverty affects them in their homes. So when we're looking at 3 out of 4 having poverty issues in their homes, and also with rural isolation with some of our areas, it brings a lack of opportunities for our students. These conditions require access to rigorous academic instruction and meaningful enrichment activities. Throughout the pandemic, we did see a lot of impact with COVID. We have also received a lot of COVID relief money that you see in our plan also. We have utilized a lot of that money to address PPE, air quality, mental health, academic recovery, which was required, and put a lot of funds in trying to recapture the learning that was lost during the time that we were out of school, or that we also had students being served in a virtual situation. So our request is bringing and kind of highlighting some areas in our community that were also kind of hit in that process. Our goal is to enhance our community's first responder workforce by implementing EMS, EMT, firefighter, and healthcare providers, and also a workforce for that. We'll be providing more courses at the high school. We have already purchased our EMT, our EMS kind of simulator. But kind of in that process, we have found that there is a lot of equipment that goes along with these students learning and getting ample kind of certifications and experience in the process. I listed some of that there, but one of the things that I listed, I didn't put an amount by it, but one of the simulators for an actual mannequin, for an emergency responder mannequin, to be able to kind of simulate what they would actually come up on at a wreck is a $70,000 piece of equipment. And that one piece of equipment would kind of simulate everything that they would come up on a wreck. So they would be able to take all their vitals, they would be able to do that. But that's just not something that we originally budgeted in our other COVID relief funds. Also, we'd like to continue our partnership. We've been meeting a lot with our county and our city fire departments, also the state fire agency, looking at starting firefighter certification and offering firefighter 1 and 2 through our high school K programs. This is also high dollar equipment costs whenever we're looking at that. We have had a lot of our partners reach out and say they have some extra equipment here and there that they would be able to provide us. But whenever we're looking at being able to provide that across the board, it's just a lot of money to be able to offer those situation opportunities for our students. So we are committed to also improving our healthcare course offerings for our students. We offer CNA and also biomedical through Project Lead the Way, and also sports medicine, which also has some dating equipment. So through our efforts to be able to help the workforce that was also very drastically impacted through COVID is where we're wanting to focus the funds that we are requesting.
All right, well, I think there's several of us that may have recused on this one, so I'm not going to comment on your request, but I do want to thank you for taking the time to submit it. I want to thank you for all that the school district does. COVID hit the schools on other areas hard. And you did mention the application, I will come on that. I appreciate y'all working with the county on the new EMT program. There's several of us up here, and the fact that we're homegrown our EMTs is a big deal because we have a nationwide shortage of EMTs and paramedics. The fact that we're training them in high school and then come straight out of high school and come to work for the county, already certified, is a tremendous thing for this county. And I hope the citizens realize how fortunate we are to have that availability, because that's not the case even in our next door neighboring counties. So we're very fortunate to have that opportunity. And we thank you in the school district for going out and doing that. So I'll open the floor for discussion or questions or comments from any other council members.
I have a question regarding the collaborative efforts, with Piedmont Tech also.
Yes, ma'am. We have a huge partnership with Piedmont Tech, where we are able to do dual enrollment for those students. So actually just kind of the EMT program in itself, our students are taking 3 courses right now during the morning sessions of our EMT program. Once they have completed this semester, they'll be able to be certified EMT. They can take the test as they turn 18. But once they have completed the EMT process, they're about 3 semesters away from being a certified paramedic. They would finish the program with us, being able to, with a starting salary around $40,000, coming straight out of high school, full benefits and everything, with just the high school certification that they are receiving with EMT. We want to do the same thing with a firefighter. We've already done a kind of interest meeting. They actually went to the burn simulation that they had in the county a few weeks ago. And we already have right at 20 interested that's already requested to change their schedule to be able to start that kind of feeder program to be able to take the firefighter courses.
Now, when they finish the program, their certificate or diploma, what's at the top of it? Is it Piedmont Tech or is it Lawrence District 55?
They will get a high school diploma, but then there are certifications that they will also have. But they will have courses on their transcript that are Piedmont Tech courses. They would not actually finish with a degree from Tech, but they would earn their certifications through their coursework that they've received through kind of the dual enrollment process.
Are there any other?
Would they have to continue their education, Tech?
To stay in EMT, they would not have to, but if they wanted to continue their education to become a full paramedic, they would have to continue at somewhere like a Tech or so.
Questions? Once again, Mr. Chairman, we appreciate you coming on down to the school district and presenting to us tonight. Thank you. Thank you. All right, next, South Carolina Empowerment Center.
My name is Alan Larson. I'm the South Carolina Empowerment Center. We're actually a youth services agency. We do a multitude of services with youth, anything from preparing clothing to job training to feeding to actually tutoring or programs that we have written for this grant. When we got started, our feeding programs were essential to us. We were averaging about 150,000 pounds of food a year into the community. When COVID hit, a lot of businesses shut down. We actually had to go to mobile food pantries, and we actually started putting out mass amount of foods in Lawrence County. On average, we were running 3 truckloads of food a week into Lawrence County. With that being said, we had to complete our reserves and everything, all of our funding to the feeding program. What we asked for in the program was equipment that we need to replace because of that, and the equipment we need to purchase, and we're meant to continue offer these services. Food pantries are actually still continuing. We're not running them every week now, but we are running them all throughout Orange County.
Thank you for what you do, because hunger is one of the biggest needs, in addition to all these others. There's so many needs. I'm definitely not picking one over the other. But being able to supply food to our community, especially because the school district do a good job here in school sessions. But as you've heard already, this evening, COVID hit, that all went away.
The school district actually does a wonderful job doing the breakfast and lunches for the summer feeding kids. We actually prepare supper meals for the kids to kind of complement back. I think we did over 34,000 meals last summer to the kids for dinner.
Amazing. I want to commend you too. I appreciate your application where you outlined specifically your request and your need. And it's real easy, for me at least, for council when we're allocating funds, that when we can look at capital and I touch and feel that refrigerator and I know where it's going, it makes it really easy. I've asked this question of several, so I'm asking of you, should we get to the point where we're having to reduce the funding request? Is there either a portion of this that you need more than others, or is there a part of this that go hand in hand, like no sense in buying you a refrigerator trailer if we don't get you the feeding trailer? Like, is there parts of this that go together? Can you tell us what pieces need to be together?
The refrigeration is the biggest need. Right now, we have a lot of businesses, as we went through so much food from 2020, 2021. We have businesses that are willing to donate us food. We just don't have refrigeration to store the food in. If we get it on Wednesday, we give it out on Friday, we give it on Saturday. We have to store it during that period because we have to get it when the businesses to offer it to us. So that's one of the reasons that refrigeration would be one of the biggest needs.
Okay. What's your next biggest? That's a small part of what you asked. So, well, would you give us a rundown of what if you could wave a magic wand and get 1 month at a time, what order would you take these in?
Well, the refrigeration, the transportation would be next, actually get the food throughout the community. We actually do the food share program. That's where if someone has an EBT card, they can get probably $35 worth of food for $5. It's fresh fruits and vegetables that we get from local suppliers, and we can get it from C's Produce.
All right, one thing that helps me is as we're going through that'll shoot in the right direction.
The trailer and all that, that's when we do community feedings. We actually go into parts of Orange County, we open it up, we invite the whole community out, the whole town.
All right, I think you've answered my questions. Are there any other questions from other council? Mr. Troy.
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman, I am, this is one of my very small monthly contributions. Charity has been vetted in my mind and delivers what nickels I send them directly to somebody who needs it. And
Thank you, Mr. Troy. Any other council members? All right, thank you so much for your presentation. We look forward to delving harder into it.
Thank you.
All right, up next, the city of Lawrence. I know you have several guests. I'll let you guys do this, so I've not missed any of them.
Good evening, council, Mr. Chairman. We do have our city administrator here with us, Mr. Eric Delgado. I don't know whether all of y'all have a chance to meet him yet, but good evening. And we have most of our members of city council, Ms. Marion Miller, Ms. Sarah Lattimore, and Ms. Sandra King. So
thank you all for joining us this evening and staying through the entirety.
This is an important issue, a request for the city of Lawrence, and I'm very grateful that we're actually following the solicitor, because I think he sort of hammered home a lot of the points that I would have made to you from a slightly different angle. But if you had to point to a particular impact that COVID had that most directly substantially affected our operations, it would be law enforcement and judiciary. And COVID in a particular way highlighted a city problem. And that was the inadequacy of our law enforcement center and judicial facilities down on West Lawrence Street. So when we received our own COVID funds, we budgeted for that and set aside $1.7 million of those funds to renovate and expand that facility to be able to meet that need. Of course, with inflation and the ballooning cost of things, we now face a higher cost. But this is a city problem. It isn't just a city problem, it's a county problem. And unfortunately, as a governmental entity, we don't have the options of going to private sponsors to sort of fix some of these issues. We can't have the hog law municipal court. We're forced to either use our own resources, and we've done that, or sort of the last resort is to go to the county. The reason why we're doing that is because right now, the courtroom in our law enforcement center cannot perform the basic function of the courtroom. We can't have jury trials in our own courtroom. So we have them in your courtroom at the county courthouse. Unfortunately, that means that the only time that we're able to conduct jury trials is when there's availability of that courtroom to do that. And that means that our schedule is sort of held in limbo, and we aren't able to schedule that as efficiently as we otherwise would. In the current facility, it's built in the late 60s, last renovated in the early 70s, about the time this building was renovated. We don't have a jury room. There's no separate place for them to deliberate. There's no separate entrance for victims versus members of the public versus suspects. We can't turn back time to not get us into the situation we're in. The best thing we can do now is meet the need, and we need help being able to do that. Just simply put. Not being able to offer jury trials means that we have a constitutional issue. Sixth Amendment says that defendants are guaranteed a right to a quick and speedy trial. Right now, we have a full-time municipal judge where we would have the ability to do that if we had a facility, but we don't have a facility. Another aspect to this is because there's delay in those trials, seems to be a tactic that defendants will use to request a jury trial, and that means once you're bonded out, if you request that jury trial, who knows how long it may be before you actually get your day in court. But that means they're out circulating with the public, and that increases recidivism. That increases the rates of crime. On the flip side, there are people that may not be able to make bond, which means they're staying in jail, costing the county to put them up in the detention center, and while as they await trial. And these may be for small municipal violations, but if you don't make bail, you could just be sitting there, and we're talking about for a year. So by fixing this problem, that saves not only the city money, it saves the county money. Another aspect to that is if we were able to do what we were hoping to do once this facility is constructed in-house, you could be arrested, you could be processed, you could be held in a detention area, and you could have a bond hearing all in-house, which means you never spend a moment at Johnson Detention Center, which is just less cost on the county. Right now, arrested. You go there, you get booked, you come back here for a bond hearing. You may go back there and you may wait for months and months and months for a trial. It's an untenable situation. It's something we don't have an option not to fix. Constitutionally, morally, we're asking for some assistance with this so that the county can save money as we work through this partnership of imparting fair, equal justice to everyone that goes through the criminal justice system in the city of Lawrence. So that's the 10,000-foot view. I'll predict some questions. If we had to cut back on it, what would that look like? Well, we've asked for a larger number. I think if I could pull out a figure. In our proposal, there was an amount for engineering and architecture at $240,000. If the county were willing to help with that, that would be tremendous. And that way the city would be picking up the bills for construction. If we're looking, the construction would be sort of a combination of both a municipal courtroom and an expansion on the police department itself to provide the facilities that we identified that we needed to allow police to operate safely in the midst of the pandemic. And the estimate we received for the expansion on the police building was $540,000. So anything that the county could do to help us would be much appreciated. That this isn't really us versus the county, us versus anybody else. We're in this together as it is. City of Clinton is fortunate enough that they have some of the facilities that we don't. So this really is an issue for Clinton. But hopefully if we can continue to partner together, this will be a good solution for the city of Lawrence. Also, one of the things we're looking at is being able to use this new municipal courtroom as a new council chambers for Lawrence City Council. I know this building will soon be under renovation, and so it all need some space to occupy for your council meeting. So I don't know if it would help, but if we would offer to have let you share our council space, we'd be glad to do that. Any questions you have?
Right. First off, thank y'all for putting together probably the most thorough application that we've received during this process. Pleasure to read and go through. You answered my one and only question, so I don't have to ask it. So I will open up the floor to see if any other council members have any questions or comments. Because you did a good job on your application. So I appreciate that. Thank you for outlining the areas where should we begin to break some of these down, we'll have a place to go to consider other members. For that, I appreciate it. And I also want to welcome Eric to town. I've had the pleasure of meeting you, but I think this is probably the first time you've seen full council, and we look forward to the great things you'll be doing here in the city of Lawrence, and anything we can do to help you, please let us know. We look forward to working together.
Thanks for hearing us. Appreciate it.
Council, thank y'all for coming out and participating. Y'all have to do what we do all the time and know what it's like. So thank y'all for your support. All right.
One other that I just made, just hearing the amazing presentations of all the folks here tonight, I do not envy your job. Good luck with that.
Thank you. Bye, one week. Clinton Wines, you're next.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to visit with you here this evening on behalf of the Clinton Family YMCA and our board. Family associations across the state of South Carolina. The family that came out in front of me, and one of the things going on in that county, I will be brief. Our request is for $1 million. It's in 2 phases. effect that COVID had on our end, and it had an effect on Brian, Sandy, and Lawrence line. Also revenue, we shut down, just like a lot of these nonprofits did, and were able to come out on the other end, some good leadership from the board, some loyalty from our membership, and from the city. Prioritizing, I'm going to say the questions here, prioritizing, the debt time unit really controls the pool. Our debt time unit's almost 30 years old. The pricing I got from contractor here in the state of South Carolina is actually replacing the debt time unit in the 20-year last year. So that's a pretty accurate number. The second phase is the other $500,000 to service all of our wet areas, all of our locker rooms, our bathrooms. Gene Simmons, my predecessor, did not put that in the brochure, but we've got an aging facility and we've got a lot of infrastructure issues that we've got to deal with, and that being one of them. We've got an unbelievable opportunity in front of us with this ARP money to deal with it. Prioritizing it, I would say the debt time limit would be first and foremost, because those are one of the things that keep me up at night. If that thing goes down, we would have to shut down the pool. But answering the question, those I think would be the commission that was together. The balance of the year, we had a lot of our arts and we tell this community, all of us participated in stuff, but that built up. Just what we and without that shut down, and that was actually a decision we got to make. And I wasn't for putting the documents. I figured you did that. Miss Adams, what I was so the last year is the city recreation. It's the city recreation department that serves everybody in the whole town. No other leagues and stuff, no other church leagues, no other city leagues, no other anything like that. Hal mentioned this, the only indoor pool, and one of the things that you might have added to that is that all the YMCA's, with the exception of North Beach, have a reciprocity that the number of one, the number of all,
people that really need this. The indoor pool is an asset to them. Because I got participated, this really opened a lot of geriatric. Next up, the government. Next up.